In 2023, the King Center was ready for impact. The 2023 King Holiday Observance events and experiences galvanized the center for a year of cultivating a beloved community mindset for personal, cultural, and societal change. The King Center continued to educate and train global citizens on Kingian nonviolence, rebranded by the center as Nonviolence 365. Over 400 Metro Atlanta students participated in Next Gen Nonviolence sessions and in school forums, where they learned about Nonviolence 365 and how it can help them show more compassion, de escalate conflict, communicate with kindness, grow as leaders, and make wise decisions. 94 youth from across the globe engaged in the King Center's beloved Community Leadership Academy. BCLA students received insight and inspiration about entrepreneurship, technology, leadership, and how to navigate all three with Nonviolence 365. Girls from BCLA, including girls joining from Liberia, were a part of Goldman Sachs' 1 Million Black Women cohort. With our Students with King program, the King Center touched the lives of 1,020,792 students from over 30 countries. These 1 million plus students learned from children's book authors, educators, activists, members of the King family, and civic leaders who knew Dr. and Mrs. King. In commemoration of King Center founder Mrs. Coretta Scott King's birthday, the King Center dedicated the Coretta Scott King Monument and Peace and Meditation Garden on the center's grounds. Created by Saya Woolfolk and commissioned by Hulu as one of the company's Made by Her monuments, the monument is a reminder of Mrs. King's global influence. The 2023 Beloved Community International Expo featured performers, art, education, and food from cultures and nations throughout the world. The beloved community is powerful and possible. The King Center hosted a Faith and Democracy Forum, featuring a panel and exchange around equipping faith leaders with information that benefits the communities they serve. In partnership with Microsoft, the King Center introduced Dear Coretta, a digital timeline. The timeline demonstrates Mrs. King's belief that the beloved community can be achieved through a radical and courageous commitment to love, and it challenges humanity to be love. In 2023, more than 1,000 volunteers supported the King Center. As the King Center committed to helping global citizens cultivate a beloved community mindset, the center's team also committed to growing an understanding and application of Kingian nonviolence and in wisdom for how history influences today. The King Center looks forward. Join in its 2024 work of shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence.
Greetings, everyone. How are you? Yes, we're going to get the energy a little higher in here, and also to our virtual audience. Can I get everyone to stand to their feet? I want to properly greet and welcome you all to the 2024 Beloved Community Global Youth Summit. Listen. From a scale of 1 to 10, I think the energy was about a 5. Can we take it a little higher? I know it's early this morning here in the Metro Atlanta area. However, I want to take it to a 10. Again, welcome to the 2024 Beloved Community Global Youth Summit. There we go. I feel it. I feel the virtual audience as well. Greetings to all of you, no matter what part of the world you're coming from. We have people right now logged in from the continent of Africa. Can y'all make some noise for that right now? Listen, Liberia is in the house. I'm so excited. We have a global audience today, and I'm so honored to be your host. My name is Sierra Fly Bobo. I am a certified nonviolence trainer here at the King Center, and I'm honored to be your host today. We have some amazing things in store for you. You can have a seat at this time. Listen, if you have your phones, if you could, take out your phones, and I want you to scan this QR code. All right, I want you to register right now by scanning this QR code. And listen, we're going to have an amazing agenda planned for you today. I'm super excited about it. Listen, if you're going to hashtag, I need you to hashtag a couple things, okay? All right, first I want you to hashtag the Beloved Community Global Youth Summit. And then, of course, you could abbreviate that with BCGYS. Definitely want you to hashtag that. Also, on this coming Monday, we will be celebrating the 95th birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Y'all make some noise for that. So make sure you hashtag MLK95 as well as hashtag KHO, which means King Holiday Observance. So listen, we have a lot of different hashtags I'm going to be throwing out today, but feel free to, go on Instagram, TikTok, make your reels, whatever you would like to do. But make sure you include those hashtags and make sure you tag the location as well, the King Center. Listen, I have some amazing things in store for you. But first up, I want to introduce our first person that's going to come out. He is a news anchor for iHeart Radio and a national journalist for TV One. Can you make some noise right now for Tyreek Wynn?
How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? Man, I'm gonna need y'all to get hype. You know what I'm saying, man? You know what I'm saying? It's a little gloomy outside. Y'all got to get hype. How y'all feeling? Okay, I like that a little bit better. All right, so we gonna kick this thing off. I have an amazing guest that I'm about to bring out. That's Sarah Moore. She is a storyteller, immigration activist, and digital strategist, passionate about the power of storytelling in the fight for migrant rights and human rights at large. She is the founder of Population MIC, which is a social media incubator focused on the development of online ecosystems for organizations doing detrimental work for immigration populations at the local level. In 2018, she sued the Trump administration after pausing college because of federal threats of deportation. Alongside a few community members, won federal lawsuit against the presidential administration that was attempting to end DACA. A DACA recipient herself, she has dedicated her youth to strategizing ways to support her community. Her family and upbringing were key to her work being rooted in decentralization, the larger narrative on migration. Understanding that people power is built on going against the current and always questioning the status quo, Sarah has embarked on creating non-affiliated actions to support her community using her online tools. Please join me in welcoming Sarah Moore. So we're going to kick the conversation off. I have a couple of questions, and then y'all will have a chance to ask some questions as well. We got two mics over there, so when you do have a question, feel free to go up to the mic, and then we'll go with your question. Okay. All right, Sarah. So first of all, definitely appreciate you so much for taking the time to join us today. You got an amazing group of students here who are here to hear a little bit about your story. So I want to start with this, right? So you've been working as an immigration rights activist for some time now. What was that pivotal moment in your life that really inspired you to start this work?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you guys for being here today. I'm really excited to be amongst all of you and hope that my story is of use to you guys in your journey, whether your passion is human rights or different kind of work. I think stories have the power to change each other's perspectives on the way that we see the world. But my moment was when I was 17. I graduated high school, and the president of Costa Rica, which is the country I was born in, came to visit my city. And I was like, why is the president of Costa Rica here? Like, we're such a small city. What is he doing here? But aside from asking myself that question, I had a question for him, and it was about immigration reform. So I don't know if you guys are familiar, but in 2012, under the Obama administration, a temporary immigration status, which is one of many immigration statuses in the country and in the world, was passed, and it helped 800,000 people who grew up here like me have like a legal pathway to drive, to go to work, to try to have a job, right? That is through legal ways. And that temporary status had a transformative way of representing our community because it showed that there was a solution and things that elected officials could do, even if it wasn't permanent. But my moment was when I shared that I was undocumented with the president because there was a lot of press, and I didn't plan for a lot of people to hear, just for the president to hear. And that was a very scary decision because I was telling everybody what my immigration status was, for a purpose, right? For the goal of telling the president of Costa Rica that we needed his help. He needed to work with, how many of you guys know what a consulate is? An embassy. Have you heard of that word? Embajada, consulado. So those places represent how people that aren't born in the US, right, that have immigrant roots, which we all do, process different paperwork, like a passport, right? Those entities are very fancy now and not seen with the same light that they always have been, but they have the power to move funding, right? So they have the power to establish a scholarship if they really wanted to per nation and make sure that students that have temporary immigration statuses could have some kind of leeway depending on what they're studying for college. But my moment was when I shared that I was undocumented and I was 17 years old, because I did it risking myself, but I knew that I did it to kind of let the president know there was a lot of people that needed him and that his visit to New Jersey, which is where I'm from, had a purpose.
Wow. So you said you were 17 when you did that. Wow. So you were young. Talk about like the significance of being a young person and doing that type of work.
Yeah, I mean, I think like in the moment I was just really scared. First of all, I wasn't gonna go, and then my mom was coming home from cleaning houses, and she was like, "No, we already got here. Like, we're ready. You already prepared the questions. Like, we're gonna go." And she was really the reason that I went. She's always been the person that tells me like, you have to take risks, right? Like, you know. I knew I was good at communicating, right? In school, I would do the morning announcements. I don't know if you guys have morning announcements in this school, but I would be the person that would do the morning announcements. But it's so different to do the morning announcements than to speak to a president, right? So I doubted myself a lot, but honestly, when I spoke, I saw that there was a lot of elected officials and people in power that did care, but sometimes connecting the dots can be complicated, right? Because there's a lot of issues and a lot of different ways to represent issues. So I think when I did with my faith. I do lead with my faith ever since I started because I believe in Jesus. And I believe that we all have a purpose. Do you guys believe you have a purpose? And if you don't, I want you to know that you really do. Like, we all have a purpose and nobody can take that away from us. So like, because I grew up in church, not to get all preachy, but my faith made me realize like this was courage, right? Like, this was faith in actions. Like, faith without works is dead. If you say, God, I believe you have a great purpose for me, but then you're too scared to stand on your purpose, God can't do that for us. He can't make us. But yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, no, that was great. And we'll go a little off script here, but you mentioned something that was really powerful. You said purpose, right? It's a lot of young people who may not really know what their purpose is. So what can you say is a good way for you to figure out what your purpose is?
I think that one of the things that really helped me when I started was I talked to a lot of people that were older than me, and I asked questions, people that I looked up to, whether it was the way that they carried themselves or the literal job title they had. I tried to figure out a way to set up coffees, to be in networking events. I was that person who was in networking events when I was like 15 and trying to ask for rides from older people. Like, I don't have a car, but like, I know there's women empowerment events happening. Can I get a ride to like meet the women that are gonna be there? And I feel like it was overwhelming, obviously, because when you're like younger, right, and have less experience than the people you look up to, you're looking at them like, dang, like they're all polished and well presented and they got it going. So you're like, what am I really gonna ask them? But at the end of the day, people that are well educated and that have a passion for what they do have a passion for serving others, right? So they're going to have a lot of information for you that can really change your life. So I feel like asking questions. There is no wrong question. Asking questions, and like when there was specific things that I liked, like I liked psychology before I wanted to be a psychologist. I went and interviewed a psychologist, and when I did, out of just that decision, I felt like it was enough of an answer, and I said, no, I don't want to be a psychologist. I like the study of and like the health aspect of psychology. So I think asking questions and not being afraid to step into the things that you love. If you love communications, try to get some coffee time, now we have technology in a totally different way, so we could do a Zoom call, right, with somebody that you look up to, whether it's 10 minutes, and just tell them you want to ask them a few questions. Tell them, hey, look, I want to cover your story. Like, use a way to celebrate their story, to ask them questions about the work that they do.
Yeah, I love that. That's fantastic. And then one thing you did mention, you said that you like ask people for rides and stuff, and that's really important. Like, if you need help, ask somebody for help to help you get to that next level that you want to be at. So I definitely applaud you for that. So I want to get to this, talk a little bit about nonviolence, right? So the first principle of Kingian nonviolence states that nonviolence is a way of life for courageous people, right? So what are some ways that being in the World House requires us to display courage, and how can we overcome fear in a moment of crisis?
I mean, honestly, first of all, I think that in so many moments in the work that I did, like, fear is just part of it, right? Like, you're learning about new bills that are being passed in immigration. We're learning about new elected officials that are going to represent our cities and states and the country that don't necessarily reflect like something happy, right? Or that we shouldn't be scared of. But I think in the moment, how I confront it is like, I'm trying to make a difference in the world. The world already has a lot of evil, right? A lot of abuse of power, a lot of things that we don't want in the earth anymore, whether it's those people in power or the side effects of leaders who have established policies that then have just byproduct violence, right? So I think like how I combat it is like, I'm not going to try to copy anybody else, right? Like, I don't compare myself to what other people are doing, but rather like, even in moments where bills are being passed that are crazy for our community and like are going to result in like extreme consequences, like, community is really important. I feel like existing amongst a variety of people and like working together with people through those moments is like the way that I've gotten through, because even when I'm too scared about something that's happening, I see other people like mobilizing, and then I remember like, it's not about just how I'm feeling, but about how everybody else is feeling in that moment. So I combat it with remembering that I'm not alone, and then also like understanding that we're working collectively for the long term. So even if we don't see solutions immediately, and we see some days darker than others, we have to understand there is good things happening. So yeah.
Got it. I really appreciate you for sharing that. And guys, don't forget that there are some mics on both sides. So if you guys have a question for Sarah that you guys want to ask, go ahead and proceed to the mic. You guys can start a line. And we got, can you wave your hand back there? Yeah. You guys can go see her over there. You can tell her your question, and then you guys can say it in the mic, so y'all can go ahead and form a line if you do have a question. So I want to talk a little bit about this too. So I want to know, how do we need to shift our collective thinking about brown and black immigrants? And how will this shift our language and policies?
Well, what we think about immigration is in turn how we vote, right? How we advocate for leaders who push for anti or pro-immigration laws. So I think it's important to remember that immigration isn't a Latino issue, as we see it. It's not a Mexican issue. It's not one nation's issue. Migration is happening every day. It's happened for centuries before the news existed. And it isn't one race migrating and everybody else like at home, right? It's like, actually, I think it's about 8 billion people don't actually live where they were born in the world. And whether that's like you're migrating because you're a refugee and an asylum seeker fleeing like a land that, you know, is being robbed of you, or like there's war taking place, or there's poverty, I think what I always say is like, migration is a global right, but also a global crisis that has been ongoing. So even if the news stops covering it, everybody knows migration has happened, not just in America, but like all across the world forever. So it's like literally like climate change, how we're concerned that we're influencing our climate and in turn deteriorating the earth. Similarly, migration happens in this way. It's a natural reaction to problems in society, whether that's climate, like I said a little earlier. So I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Like, it's important to understand that this hasn't just happened now, and it isn't just one community's problem. Because then if we understand it like that, we understand like, oh, you know, this isn't new. And maybe that sounds simple and dumb, but I feel like I always say it because it's like, when arguing about immigration reform, we argue it usually, a lot of arguments that I've heard at least have been about like one group of people, like that group of people won't stop migrating. I'm like, that's really crazy. Like, how hasn't information gone viral as much as these videos about how widespread migration is, how much it's nations from all over the world. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And I want to ask you this, right? So I was reading your bio, and it said that you sued the Trump administration, right? Please share with everybody what that was like. What was that experience like? And like, how did you actually go about doing that? What was that process?
So I actually didn't even know I did, and like I knew, but there was so much going on that I didn't I knew I did, but I didn't realize like how actually, I guess, like in the middle of everything that was happening in 2017, which was a year after Trump was elected, I don't think that even felt like enough. Like, yeah, I sued the Trump administration, but in the moment, there was so much chaos in our local organizations, in schools, like everywhere. Like, I personally dropped out of college because I was like, and I'm saying dropped out, but like really I just stopped going because I was like, we're gonna get deported. Like, how am I even gonna, we can't apply for financial aid. The governor that was running for office, which I was part of his campaign, that is pro-immigration, he's not elected. Like, we're literally choosing debt to then get deported, you know? And like, so the fear tactics of the Trump administration worked on me, at least in that moment. And I say that because I think a lot of times as activists, we have to show like bravery and like this face of like, I'm always strong. And like, that was my weakest moment when I sued Trump. And then a year later, I found out that our lawsuit won, and that was one of the lawsuits that helped stop something that he was working on in his administration to completely eliminate DACA, so that not only could we not reapply, but that slowly it would just be removed permanently. And then that would mean me and hundreds of thousands of people across the nation under that immigration status, and then by consequence, others wouldn't have a status. But that was insane. When I really started to process it, I was like, wow, like we were furious, right? Like, and we weren't even understanding, and I say we because it was a group of people and so many other lawsuits, like understanding the wave of impact that we were creating, right? We were letting administrations know, like, yes, I didn't finish my bachelor's and I'm not a lawyer, right? But I'm going to be part of this lawsuit, and you're going to hear about all of our names. We're all going to collectively keep fighting to make sure that immigration reform isn't only passed or fought back against under a Trump administration, under an Obama administration, before ever, right? Like, that people would permanently understand, like, we're migrants. Yes, I speak English like this, and some person speaks it with an accent, and we're both under the same status. Like, yes, we're not all from Mexico. Yes, this has been happening for centuries. It felt insane, and honestly, I cried a lot when I really realized it and got to like take a moment to take it all in. But yeah.
Wow, so that was like in a really emotional moment for you then. Wow, okay.
Yeah, it was 2017, so that was actually when Trump passed something that halted DACA in Congress. So that was like I think like fifth time that had happened under the Trump administration. But I mean, because he had just been elected like a year in, we were all just like, oh my God, like this means really the end for a big community of people in the United States. But it was actually the beginning of great things. This lawsuit was it was based out of Texas, and it was one of the lawsuits that kind of set the tone for like how local organizations were setting themselves up to be represented in Congress and by elected officials.
Okay, got you. So guys, we got time for a little Q&A. So we got any questions in the audience? Looks like we got somebody coming. So yeah, go ahead, state your name, the school, and then you can go ahead and proceed with your question.
Hi. I'm Ezra Yaboa. I'm 17, and I'm with Atlanta International School. I had two questions for you. The first one is, how did the experience of growing up undocumented shape your identity and influence your passion for this issue?
Well, when I was in college and I saw that a lot of my friends were also undocumented, but like were not as like social as me, right? Or involved on campus, it made me angry because it reminded me of high school where like a lot of us were immigrants, but we just didn't say anything about it. And difference to West Coast, which like the energy on immigration reform is like rooted in a history that's so different, where like farmers, workers' rights is rooted in the history of California and that side of the nation. Here we're just quiet. We're just like, we really don't want people to know. But like, so me being undocumented and being surrounded by so many people like that were in the same status and going through similar issues, and having a mom that was very resourceful since we were little. Like my mom was the one that was talking to neighbors and like communicating any resource that she found out about. So like, and my dad as well. I feel like I quickly started moving, using my ability to socialize with people to spread information. Like if we heard about scholarship, if we heard about a program, an internship that was accepting people, figuring out a way to work with immigration status, like figuring out how to move was my reaction to that. And like I wasn't not scared, but I think like I was more angry than I was scared. So I'm like, if we don't do something, like it's really just gonna be the shadows, like they say, for us, right? Forever. And like it was just crazy to me because my friends were no different, right? People that have an immigration status are no different. So it was just like, knowing that growing up like that, and then seeing other people that were citizens, right? And like aspiring and also luchando, right? Like having battles as well, but like doing it in such a different light than we were. I just like decided to take action with everybody else that was passionate about immigration on campus, at jobs, wherever it was that I was. So yeah, that's how it impacted me.
So you decided to use your sense of anger
Yeah.
for your power and let it overcome your fear. That's really inspiring. And then also, I think that you mentioned how important it is to have a sense of community, and how your community can support you in times of fear. How do you think? Could you comment on the state of division, specifically in American politics, and how you think that rebuilding a sense of community could impact our ability to kind of increase our ability to what's the word?
To work together and
To
make
work together
change,
for
right?
activism specifically, and then specifically for the issues that you fight
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, of course. I was gonna say that I feel like if we could see each other, then like we can represent each other even when the person that is different to us isn't in the room. So like I think storytelling has kind of been the way that I figure out a way to connect others, because I think when you're able to tell a story that reaches somebody different than you, like that person is then, there's no way to go back once you hear a story, right? Like you heard that story, you met that person. I would say through storytelling, like using storytelling to build community, not just in immigration reform, but in any work, but definitely in immigration reform. I've seen like a lot of different projects move about different angles of how to tell our story. Like there's actually a project, one that came to mind about a movie called 100,000 Translators or some mega number. And my mentor took me with him to see the filmmaker, right, talk about it. And I was like mind blown. The people in the room were like, have the power to invest in mega companies and influence like immigration workers and companies. And like, so the fact that a movie like that was made shows me that we are moving in the right way. Maybe we don't always see it, right? But there are people telling the story of the immigrant community, and there should be more, right? Like I said before, we really all are immigrants, whether it's third generation, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, you could track it all the way back. Migration has happened naturally, so I think storytelling is a way that I see community built, because you're connecting people on one story, a collective story. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Guys, I am so sorry, but they are telling me I gotta wrap it up. So, so yeah, but do you mind sticking around? Maybe you might wanna.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, if you guys can just see Sarah afterwards if you do have a question, but we do have to wrap it up. So before we wrap it up, I do wanna ask this real quick, right? This is MLK week. I do wanna ask you, in what ways did Dr. King inspire you? 20 seconds.
I mean, I was like 13 years old when I first heard of his story. And being an immigrant, I think the first thing I thought about was like his courage in the moment in the face of an America that didn't accept who he was, who the black community was. And so like he's probably one of the biggest inspirations that I had since I was a little girl, way before I did the work in More Action. So yeah.
Definitely appreciate you so much for sharing that. Thank you so much for being here, Sarah. We appreciate it. Make sure y'all clap it up. Miss Sarah. Amazing, inspiring conversation. I'm going to turn it back over to Fly. We got some more amazing programming for y'all. Thank y'all so much for listening.
Wow, can we make some more noise right now for Tyreek and Sarah? Great job. Great questions, by the way, audience. I loved your questions. Again, I want to welcome our global audience. Shout out to everybody that's checking us out right now from around the world. Again, we want to definitely shout out teachers to the nation in Liberia who's watching right now. Make sure you guys listen, everyone in Liberia, you can put your questions by sending them in via WhatsApp, and we will be able to ask your questions as well, just to making sure our global audience feels like they're a part of the discussion as well. Listen, I want to give away some things. Is that okay? Yeah, okay, all right. I need to know who's really excited about graduating in 2024. Make some noise. Y'all not excited. Y'all trying to stay in high school. If you're a part of the class of 2024, make some noise. Okay. I see your energy. All right, we're going to check the room one more time. Maybe it's not a lot of seniors in here. If you're a part of the class of 2025, make some noise. Come on, juniors. Y'all almost there. Three more semesters, right? All right, let's check. Let's see if we have any sophomores in the building. If you're part of the class of 2026, make some noise. Sophomores, okay. What about my freshmen? If you're a part of the class of 2027, make some noise. Okay, freshmen. I saw you right there in the white shirt. Stand up for me. Let me see if you could catch. Let me see if you could catch. I got something for you. Athlete, I see you. You saw my arm though. You saw the arm. I'm trying. Listen, I am super excited. I want to remind you of a couple things. Our theme for this year is shifting the cultural climate. All right, shifting the cultural climate. What do y'all think I mean when I say that? Shifting the cultural climate. Anybody? Okay. Come to the mic real fast. What do you think we mean when we say we're shifting the cultural climate? What are we talking about? When we're talking about that? Hold on one second, Brian. We're going to get you right. We want to make sure we hear you good. All right. Thank you, Brian. Okay.
My name is Brian Walton. I go to FLA. I'm an 8th grader. What I think you mean by shifting the cultural climate, I mean like you're making an impact on the world and the environment, and not just only your race, but helping the world.
Woo, great answer. Y'all make some noise for that answer. Look at these scholars. Listen, I didn't give y'all the first part of the theme on purpose, but everybody say this after me on the count of 3. Say, it starts with me. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, y'all sound so powerful. All right, it starts with me. In order to shift the cultural climate, it starts with you. All right, you guys are going to be able to see our CEO in a little while, Dr. Bernice A. King, but she always says it starts with me. If I want to see a change in the world, I got to be the change, all right? And so listen, I'm so honored. I got one more giveaway to give away before we go to our next segment. Anybody want a poster? Ooh, first person on their feet. Let me see. Ooh, in the back, Brian, I think you got it. Come on up here and get your poster. That was quick. Don't worry if you didn't get anything. Listen, we have plenty of stuff to give away. We're going to give away things all session. Thank you so much. Listen, we're going to shift gears. A little. Something came out of my folder. We're going to shift gears in a little. Ian, if you could do me a big favor and bring me those cue cards. It's on the table there. They fell out the folder. But I'm getting ready to introduce somebody that is very dear to this city, the city of Atlanta, really changing the game when it comes to entrepreneurship. And I'm so honored that I get to interview him this morning here in Atlanta. But just really a game shifter, doing some things that are really unheard of, coming from where he comes from. He hails from the city of Philadelphia. And Philly, okay, got some Philly people in the building. Shout out to anybody that's watching right now live from Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. But he has started a franchise called Big Dave's Cheesesteak. Y'all ever had Big Dave's? Some people say, yeah, y'all seen those egg rolls? When he cracked those egg rolls on Instagram, I'm like, ooh, let me pull up right now. But he's an amazing entrepreneur, and he just actually got some amazing news that just recently released that he's now opening 10 franchise locations in the state of Florida. Can we make some noise for that right now? Man, listen, he's a multi-million-dollar business owner, entrepreneur, philanthropist, is driving force behind the wildly popular Big Dave's Cheesesteaks. Derek started his restaurant in 2014, which was 10 years ago, in a gas station after his father, who is the inspiration behind the name, passed away in front of him. A pivotal encounter came when Hayes crafted a sandwich from Grammy Award-winning artist Eve, who posted the food, in which it became very popular and it skyrocketed. The pandemic added to new depths to Derek as he was able to produce 100% increase in sales during the difficult time. Currently residing in Atlanta, Derek balances work and home as a husband to the Slutty Vegan founder, Pinky Cole. For over a decade, Hayes influenced sketches across the country and continues to successfully merge community, culture, food, and business. Derek's top priority is to open 100 franchise locations by the end of 2025. Please join me in welcoming Derek. Y'all make some noise for him right now. Y'all good?
Y'all can hear me now? All right, there we go.
Listen, Derek, congratulations.
Thank you.
On everything. I've really been seeing you move and shake, and even from the pandemic when I think your store was vandalized.
Yeah, it was in 2020, and I came to my Forsyth Street location, and I seen my windows broken out, and I couldn't really believe it because I stand for the community, so I was wanting to know who did this to this business that's a pillar in the community. But needless to say, I'm actually glad it happened because it brought a different type of ecosystem to my business. It brought a different type of community involvement to my business, and it brought a different type of awareness to my business. So, sometimes you look at life and you think something is bad or you don't know how to get out of it. Some things are meant to happen so that the greater test is coming and you're going to be able to pass that test because you went through those downs and those slopes. And when my windows got broken out, that's how I felt.
Wow. Can y'all make some noise for that? Perseverance. It's crazy because I didn't even actually know about your restaurant until that happened. I was watching the news because it happened around the George Floyd riots that were happening downtown in the city of Atlanta. And I saw you and I saw how the internet began to advocate for you. And they were like, not Big Dave's, he take care of the community. We don't tear down our own.
Yeah, I felt like that too. I'm like, damn, I can't believe this happened.
Yeah, so listen, I mentioned earlier in your bio that you're from Philadelphia. And so one of my questions for you is overcoming poverty and starting a business and building wealth as a multimillionaire now are some of the most difficult tasks to accomplish. What inspires you not only to pass, just to really go hard at what you're doing for your future, but where were your most important motivations really came from to be successful?
I would say I'm gonna answer two parts to that. So my biggest motivation to keep going right now is the youth, you guys, because I know if you guys are paying attention to what I'm doing, even if I say one or two of you, I'm doing my job, and that's giving me a light and keeping me going. It's hard sometimes getting up as an entrepreneur in the morning and keeping your wheels turning and you don't have nothing motivating you. So I can go on Instagram or I can see customers, or I could see people on Instagram that write me, or I could be in public and somebody say, I changed my life. I wanted to get out of the streets because of you. That's like a Tesla charging my battery. I'm back ready to go. I want to drive. I'm back hungry again because I know somebody is paying attention to my journey. The obstacles that I've been through in this journey is resources. I mean, the highest level of education I got is a high school diploma. I sit with billionaires. I sit with 1% of the country. I sit with Fortune 500 people now, and I'm able to sit at these tables. And I would tell you this, the most ignorant thing you could do is sit at the table and not know the information. So I always wanted to sharpen myself. So every day I'm sharpening myself, trying to get better. I'm always a student. I don't think I know everything. So I challenge all of you guys, y'all gonna have new levels, new things, new goals that you guys want to attack, but always be the student to learn. Always be willing to listen. Always take somebody else's circumstances and make that your deposit.
Wow, powerful answer. Listen, so equity is a main tenet of justice, as we can't have justice unless we have equity, right? So why is entrepreneurship so important in the conversations surrounding justice?
Ownership. I mean, that's the key to it. Like, you could look at a lot of our ancestors. So many of people of color in our culture that invented things you might not even know invented it. Like, I just found out maybe about a year ago, the Super Soaker I played with my whole life, a black man made it, and I got a chance to actually meet that person. So sometimes we gotta really just dial down and look at the big picture, and that's ownership. Anybody here know what sweat equity is? Anybody? So I'm gonna tell y'all real quick what sweat equity is. You don't have to have $1 in your bank account, but if you have a skill set, something that's gonna help someone scale a company, better the business, you come into the table not just with your fork and plate, you actually got some food too to help the company grow. You can get equity in the company off of your expertise and your skill set. So if a lot of you, when you go to college and you're coming out of school and you want to do something and you got a skill set that's going to jump right into helping somebody out, you can always start with saying you want phantom equity or you want some type of vested equity for your work.
Wow, no, that's a great nugget. If you want to, you might want to write that down.
Yeah, it's going to be important later on, so don't forget that.
Listen, another question I have for you is, how can businesses be more knowledgeable about their social responsibilities, and what effect will these changes have on their business?
I think we just got to get out our own way. I mean, like, how many people look at certain companies and you say, well, they ain't going to change. That's how they set. That's the rules. That's who they are. But we need to be more open-minded in these companies and show, especially youth. You guys are the most important thing right now in the universe, because I'm 36 years old. So, man, what's the youngest group in here? 13? So 13 years old. So when I was 13 years old, I was selling bean pies in newspapers, Philadelphia newspapers, on the streets of Philly, on the corner, trying to get $1. Now $1 won't take you long ways anymore, but when I was a kid, $1 would get me some candy, some chips, maybe some lunch. But now the whole environment is changing to where now the education system is now like, y'all got to pay attention. Y'all got to really be mindful that the world is going to keep going by. You got social media every single day. The world is turning, and these years are going to keep on spinning and keep on spinning. And the next thing you know, you're 24, 25 years old, and you're looking to say, what you going to do with your life? So I think when businesses like Big Dave's, as a slutty vegan, as my wife, what we do is we try to empower the community and bring up these ecosystems so that I can change the trajectory when you guys get into 12th grade, and I can help you guys get better GPAs by allowing you to know what it is to be an entrepreneur and giving you the business tools you need right now and not waiting for school to get that. So I think that's a big part of the social justice and what's going on in business.
Oh, that's good. That's good. And my final question, and I want to go ahead and get the audience ready. Derek wants to hear from you all. So if you have a question that you're considering asking, you go ahead and come to the mics on the side. And for our virtual audience, please send any questions that you may have online, as well as using our WhatsApp, as far as our students.
And I would like to say something too. Don't be afraid to raise your hand and ask the question, because you're cheating yourself. The worst thing you could do is be in a room that can give you any type of information, and when you leave out, you wish you would have asked the question because it don't sound cool. But let me tell y'all what's not cool. Being broke is not cool. Not having an education is not cool. And being in the way of your own life is not cool. So that's what's not cool.
That's good. Y'all make some noise for that. So if you were scared, he just gave you, if you get scared, he just gave you the encouragement that you need to go ahead and come to the mic and prepare for your question. This is my last question, and then we're going to come to audience questions. So Derek, economic inequality has long been a part of the conversation about civil rights in America. And Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. referred to economic injustice and racial injustice as the inseparable twins. How can we address economic inequality so that 60 years from now, we are not having the same discussion?
Man, we finally got to stick together. That's just all it is. You know, we got to come together as one. Like I just told them a few seconds ago, we so prideful. We so ashamed because of the resources, the lack of education that we have as a whole. But I want to tell you guys something. As a culture, it's 13% as a population. We spend the most money, right? And the kids, you guys definitely spend the most money on these apps and all these things. But what y'all got to understand is if all of you guys right now don't come together and come up with a decision and say, we can do it, one of y'all gonna make it, and y'all gonna always, it's like a spinning wheel. If y'all watch it, anybody watch the rap artists, you get a new rapper, what, every 24 months, every 6 months, something like that. They give everybody an opportunity and say, it's your turn, it's your turn, it's your turn. But what about it's our turn? We win together, we do it together, and I think when we start doing that, like other cultures have been doing for the last hundreds of years, because we outdo each other. If we do it together, we'll win together, we'll win much bigger. And I think when we do that, that's when the system's going to change. But in order for us to do that, we have to look back on our ancestors like Dr. King, Malcolm X, all these different people that paved the way for us and really show them the proper respect they deserve and what they stood for. Because a lot of us don't understand this. We read books, we hear all the stuff that they did for us to have our freedom and our rights. But do we really understand it? Do we really understand what it means? Do y'all really understand what it's like to wake up in the morning and you could do whatever you want to do to be successful? They didn't have that right. So when we really put that in our own mindset and say, we have that right because they gave us that chance. 50, 60 years ago, y'all couldn't sit in a room like this together. And they made that happen for us. So now you guys can look at that and say, that's what they did to pave the way. So let's pave the future because they paved the past.
Wow, powerful, Derek, powerful. We have some questions? Yes.
Savannah Rhodes, and I'm 13 from the Lubbock School. Has your business or yourself ever faced any like backlash or discrimination due to your race? And if it has, then like how did you deal with it?
If it has, I ignored it because I'm not in business for that. I see people, and I see cause, and I see change what I'm trying to do with the business. You're never going to get everyone to like you. That was never my mission. I was always trying to be a trendsetter to the whole universe, to say it was this young black kid out of West Philadelphia with 40-something tattoos on his body, with dreadlocks, with a high school diploma, with no business experience, and I took a company and made it a multi-million-dollar business, and I changed so many lives in the midst of doing that. It was nothing I was worried about or was coming my way when it came to that part of the business.
Good morning. My name is
Morning.
Matthew Bolson. I'm with Books Leadership Academy. I just had one question. What do you think is or was your darkest day, like trying to start your business, or even if you face that now, like in having a business?
So I'm going to answer that in two parts. So the darkest day I ever had was watching my dad exhale and never letting his last breath out. It's like a nightmare to me, you know. Every single day I get, you know, whether I'm having a hard day or not, I can always look at that moment when my dad died in front of my face. So when I built Big Dave's, it wasn't the money aspect. It was because my father literally told me that before he died, I want you to break our generational curses. I want you to get out the streets. I raised you to stand on your own 10 toes. So it was nothing and nobody in this world that I wasn't going to take stronger than those words. I wasn't looking for failure. I wasn't looking for help. I was hungry. I was knocking on every door, and I said, if it ain't going to open, I'm going to knock it down because I want to honor my father the right way. And then secondly, I wanted to make my dad more famous than he ever was dead than he was alive. And I did that.
Great. Yes.
Hello, my name is Chase Wall. I'm an 11th grade scholar here at Fulton Leadership Academy. And the question is for you, Mr. Derrick, how did you stay open during times of discouragement? Because you know, the world of melanated people is different from the white people's world. So like, with all the racial discrimination, bigotry going on in the world, how did you just like force yourself to stay open in such hard times? I'm just really curious to know, sir.
So let me answer that. So when you look at McDonald's, right? You look at Shake Shack. You look at any of these franchises, Checkers, anyone you want to name, Wendy's. Some got a face and some don't have a face. I never really cared about the face. I cared about the cause. I cared about the change it was going to make around people. I think if I just made my business for black people, it would just only be for one race. When I made it for people, I got supported by everybody. And then secondly, you got to learn how to pivot because everything ain't going to fall in your lap. You know, even when the George Floyd riots happened and the economy got bad, I watched businesses in Atlanta run off on their employees. I watched businesses in Atlanta not pay their rent because they couldn't pay their rent. I said, listen, I got to do something that's going to be a cause that's going to shake things up and show people what I really stand for. So the day the pandemic hit really hard, I fed 1,000 people in the community. I had my employees with heater bags, cars lined down the block just giving them food because before the pandemic, those people, same people were standing in the line supporting my business. I had to be there for them. See, the thing is, thank y'all. See, the thing is, in life, we got a bunch of people who say what they're going to do, right? But if you show people what you're going to do in a time where people need you, they'll never forget you. I made $2.1 million more that year in the worst economy effect that we had in your generation and my generation by just pivoting.
Wow. Sir, thank you. I really needed that answer. Please, just thank you. I appreciate the work you're doing, Mr. Derrick. Please.
Thank you.
Please.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Daniels, Katrina Daniels Samasa. I used to be 18 and I used to be 36. All right, so with that, I want to talk about a seat at the table. I think it's really important. And you have locks, which we oftentimes tell our students that they have to cut. You have tattoos, which we oftentimes tell our students that they can't have. So can you talk about having a seat at the table and still being able to be your authentic self? And are there any times where when you go to those meetings with billionaires and multimillionaires, do you have to change or you decide to, I'm going to show up as my authentic self?
Hey, Mike, I don't change, do I? Nah, so I think that's the beautiful side of me because not even being cocky, I call myself a humble beast. And the reason of that because I don't need their money, I don't need their power, and I don't care to sit at their table. I'm bringing a resource to them. They got to want to be with me. And that's the difference because we go in there, we go in every room saying, can I be a part of your room? But you might be bringing something so special in that room, you might be helping them in that room. So you got to have that confidence no matter if you got $1 or $1 billion, no matter what nobody got financially gained over you. You always got to keep the mindset of what you bring into the table. Know your worth. Like the guy right here asleep. Wake him up. All right, so listen, right? While you sleeping, there's somebody listening and you missing out on everything, right? And you'll look at it years later and you still going to be asleep. I'm just giving you game, brother.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I don't know if you know, Derrick, but this is a global summit right now. So we have a question that just came in for Liberia. They're live right now, and I'll send you some pictures later of Liberia students. But their question for you is, what was your motivation to become successful?
I got tired of failing. I mean, when you from a city like I'm from, I don't know if y'all know, but Philly is like a murder capital. I mean, like the stuff in Atlanta, it's violence everywhere. But the stuff I seen in front of my own eyes, y'all would never be able to walk the streets right now because y'all would be scared. PTSD is the worst drug. A lot of people don't understand that. It's a trauma that you can't shake. I live in a country club right now, and I can hear a noise at night, and I can't go back to sleep because I done seen people get murdered. I done seen people get shot at. I done seen people get stabbed. I done seen people get robbed. I done seen all these things in my life. So when somebody come to me with the whole tough road, I'd be like, bro, you wasting your time. Like, you know, I done seen these things. So you trying to impress me or what you've been through, that's not cool. So the other side of it is, what is cool is to not get tricked out your spot. I want everybody to understand that. Don't get tricked out your spot. It's very easy to get tricked out your spot. I go by this quote. I say it every single day. Life is not a track meet, it's a marathon. It's all about how you end, run your race. Everybody got their own race and everybody got their own 2 legs to run that race. You got to have your mindset strong enough to know that the person beside you, if they're not on the right path as you, they are sinking you like quicksand. I don't care if that's family, friends, or relationships. Y'all gonna go through so many different things in life where y'all think, yeah, y'all know what's good for y'all, but you're not gonna know what's good for you until you do it, and you do it without receiving money for doing it. That's when you know it's for you.
Wow. Unfortunately, we do have to wrap up your segment, Derek, but I want to give you just a 60 seconds to leave. Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Last question.
So my name is Dylan Weems, and I'm trying to become a young entrepreneur. And how did you can you give me any advice on to start my business, fashion?
I'm gonna give you the advice right now. The first one I'm gonna give you is what you do right now.
I make clothes with my friend.
You're already one step ahead. You're an entrepreneur. Now you gotta practice. You gotta practice and you gotta practice. You gotta practice so much that when you sit in any room, you know it. That's what makes you an entrepreneur. A lot of people understand this. You got LLC builders and you got entrepreneurs. LLC builders just got a bunch of companies that ain't making nothing. Entrepreneurs, they'll stick in it, roller coaster rides. You might see, listen, in this dream, let me just tell you this real fast. In this dream, I have sold cars, houses, clothes, food, anything to make this dream happen. It been years that I ain't bought no jewelry, no clothes, no cars. I wore a chef suit. Anybody know what Crocs is? I wore Crocs for 4 years with a chef coat on with a Big Dave's logo on it and some Dickie pants because I was a soldier. I was getting my other people ready. You cannot be a leader if you ain't gonna be in the field first. You see what I'm saying? So all the people that work under me now, I got 144 employees. My payroll is over $500,000 a month. But guess what? Every month I can make that payroll because I raised my soldiers to know that we on a journey that we going to the top. So now in your field that what you doing is you believe yourself and then the other people are going to believe the way you believe when you build the mission. And you always got to know that you got to empower somebody through your vision and your dream because God ain't give it to you. He gave it to you to give to everybody else.
Powerful question. Thank you. Derek, wow, you dropped so many gems. I hope the students will take
and I'm
notes.
tired. I just got off a flight on another speaking engagement in Florida, but I'm happy I actually came because I actually care about talking to the youth. Because I know what it's like. These rooms is corny. Y'all bored. Y'all like, why am I here? Trust me. Later on in life, y'all gonna wish that y'all listened because when I was coming up, I ain't had nobody look like me telling me these things. Y'all looking at a 36-year-old black man that was looking at 46 years in jail who make millions of dollars a year with no education. Y'all need to pay attention to that because y'all could do it too. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Derek. Can you all stand to your feet and make some noise one more time for Derek? Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Wow, wasn't that powerful? Can y'all make some noise one more time for Derek? Listen. Ian, I think I want to give away some more t-shirts, posters. I think y'all up now. Derek got your juices flowing with all that amazing. Look. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna give love to this side over here, this side. Come on, throw 'em out with me. How about this right here? We got love for the front. Shout out to the front. Shout out to the front. All right, listen. I'm excited. Y'all having a good time? Y'all having a good time? All right, so listen. I have so much more in store for you. Again, I'm going to encourage you at this time. Please take notes. Please take notes. I got so many gems for Derek myself. Please take notes. Do not take these moments lightly. Sarah was dropping amazing things earlier. We have much more to come, including you're going to hear from our CEO, Dr. Bernice A. King, after lunch. But listen, I'm just excited. I'm going to tell you again, please take notes. Again, the hashtags for today. Hashtag BCGVS for Beloved Community Global Youth Summit. That was a Y, not V, by the way. BCGYS for the Beloved Community Global Youth Summit. Also, KHO, MLK 95, and then hashtag shifting the cultural climate. All right? Matter of fact, and we got to do hashtag it starts with me, because that's what it does. It starts with you. All right, so listen, I'm getting ready to introduce someone you may have seen on your television screen. All right? But before that person comes out, I'm going to introduce a BCLA student. BCLA is the Beloved Community Leadership Academy. The Beloved Community Leadership Academy is an academy that the King Center hosts throughout the year, led by our director, Ian, who was just out here throwing out things to you as well. But listen, we have a student that's getting ready to come out, and I'm super proud of her because she has not only gone through the Beloved Community Leadership Academy, she has shown forth great student leadership skills. And so at this time, I'm going to introduce her as she comes out, introduce someone that you guys may have seen on your television before. All right, so can you make some noise right now for our student leader and one of our own, very own BCLA students, Adoria Strickland.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Adoria Strickland. I am 16 years old, and I am a junior at Global Impact Academy. And today, I will be introducing to you Jalen Hall. Jalen Hall is a rising star. At 17, Jalen has already developed a large following and can currently be seen in a groundbreaking performance portraying Emmett Till in Orion Pictures' motion picture, Till. Since the film's release, Jalen has received numerous nominations and honors, such as the 2023 Critics' Choice Awards nominee for Best Young Actor in a Motion Picture, the 2023 NAACP Image Award nominee for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Motion Picture. I'm sorry, guys. And also the Outstanding Breakthrough Performance in a Motion Picture, and honored as a 2022 Ebony Power 100. Jalen is best known and is a current fan favorite on the uber popular CW series All American, where he plays the series' regular role of Dylan James. Growing up, Jalen knew at the age of 4 that he wanted to entertain and act. Jalen remembers being so excited to wake up and go to class and couldn't wait to learn new techniques and to start honoring his acting skills. It was after a few years that his current agent discovered him at a talent showcase, and the rest is history. Jalen Hall has been on a roll ever since. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jalen.
Okay, so you can start off just welcoming the crowd.
Hey, y'all. My fault. I didn't know it was that loud. I apologize.
Okay, to start off, I want to ask you about acting in society. So, acting is one of the most important forms of art in our society. So, what inspired you to begin acting, and why was the role of Emmett Till appealing to you?
Well, what drove me to start was storytelling. Acting is an outlet to teach, to entertain, to help to laugh, and to help inform, which is leading into why it was so crucial for me to play Emmett Till, is because a lot of us, myself included, didn't really grasp the weight and how important it is to our culture, not only now but for generations to come. So being able to tell that story was a really big honor for me.
Okay. And youth activism. Youth activism during the civil rights movement was pivotal to its success. Why do you believe that young people are so important to ensuring social progress?
Because we are the future. If we don't tell it now, then our kids and their kids won't learn. And then where will we be in 10 years? It's a lot of people out there who don't know the story, or to its a degree. And by telling them on the big screen, they get the chance to tell their neighbor, and their neighbor gets the chance to pass it down.
Agreed. How do you think art, entertainment, and activism can connect to shift our culture for good?
Well, one thing that I feel like we need to push more is unity. With unity, we're able to break down barriers, and we're able to make positive change in not just our community, but the world as a whole. We're so divided, and I feel like it's projects like these, it's communions like this that help bring us together, and together there's nothing that we can't do.
Sounds good. So I have one last question, and then I know we're taking Q&A from the audience, so be prepared with your questions, please. How can Dr. King inspire you to rise to today's challenges?
His inspiration was very crucial because it allowed me to find joy in dreaming. I think that's one of his most important teachings to me, is allowing yourself to dream. Because once you dream, that's your plan. And once you have a plan and you execute it, you get to a place where that dream is reality. Like right now, this was a dream. That 4-year-old, with buck teeth and nappy hair was like, I'm going to be on stage. I'm going to be on the TV, and I'm actually here now.
Right. Yes, give it up for Jalen Hall. Okay, so now we will take Q&A questions from the audience. So if anyone would like to come up to the 2 microphones on the side, state your name and your school, please.
Question for you, Jalen. Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me good? Cool. Question, so for you as an actor, and especially obviously you're a part of this new generation of actors, why do you feel like storytelling is so important in helping us as a community to understand the things that are happening in our world, but why do you think storytelling is so important to helping the culture to become more equitable, more humane, more just? How does storytelling in movies and acting help us as a society to move forward?
Well, information comes in many forms, right? There's the word of mouth, and then there's also words on a page, but it's only so far that words on a page can get you. Right? We read and we learn, and our teacher asks us a question and we raise our hand and answer, but you're not emotionally connected to that. And that's one thing about history, is that you must be emotionally connected to. With movies like this, you get to see the humane nature of Emmett Till, of our Martin Luther Kings, and it brings you closer to them. We always, some of us, I won't say all of us, we go, what's up, my brother? What's up, my sister? Those aren't just words. Once you see this and you actually feel it, like the humanity and the innocence of Emmett Till that, thank God, I was able to portray for the world, it gives you a different sentiment. Now you actually want to follow this story. It's not just words on a page. It's not just some wise tale.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
How you doing? I'm Khalil Towns. I'm a junior at the Lovett School. I wanted to ask you about, what's one of your biggest takeaways from your long journey? I understand that on a journey such as yours, there must have been a lot of hard challenges that you had to overcome and a lot of things that you had to get through. So what are one of your biggest takeaways from the journey so far?
I'd say the biggest thing is that nothing in life that is worth obtaining is ever going to be easy, right? So while this is my dream, and while God has given me the ability and the strength to get there, there's still going to be some trials and tribulations along the way, which make getting there that much better. So I will say that learning to get up and learning to persevere through any pain or any strife and not back down was the biggest, if not the only, really adversity that I faced.
Thank you.
Oh. Hello, my name is Mara Chance. I am not a current student, but a lifelong learner. I've been really following your career for some time. I have several friends on your show, and you've had great success in supporting roles. And I want to talk to you. I want you to speak to the power of supporting a greater vision. So often people feel they have to always be at the forefront to do work. Can you talk about just how you've been able to support larger projects, others' dreams and visions, even playing just that role?
Well, a production is like a machine, right? Without certain parts, the whole machine does not work. It can't function. And with supporting roles and things of that nature, it's not just you're giving life to something or someone, right? There are some times where leads they miss certain things, or they're overwhelmed, or they just can't crack what they want to do. They know what they want to do, but they can't do it. And then there are the people, the team, the family, the village that help them get there. So I would say that whether you're number one on the call sheet, whether your zeros are a little more than they zeros, everything is towards a greater goal. No one is just for themselves. A selfless project is a blockbuster project.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. And Adoria, it's good to see you. We're used to seeing you on the little Zoom boxes, so it's good to see you in person. Nevertheless, I have two questions for you. The first question is a very simple question. How did you get this role? Once upon a time, I wanted to be an actress, and I decided to become a teacher so I could act in front of students and have a free audience, all the time. But nevertheless, how did you get the role, right? Did you audition? How did you find out about it? Were you just searching the internet and found out they were making this movie? By the way, I saw the movie when I was on a flight to Anaheim a couple of months ago. Great film. You did a great job. And then the second question is, how did you shake it off? Sometimes I hear actors talk about getting stuck in the role or it's hard to shake. So first question is, how did you come upon this role? And then the second question is, how did you shake it off? How did you get out of this role?
Yes, well, my beautiful and trusting management team, of course, helped me get the role and helped me get the audition. Because, there is an auditioning process for the majority of auditioning and majority of projects. So after going into the audition and auditioning first and then learning what it was about afterwards, because when I went into the audition, I didn't even know what the project was about. They give you script, they see if they like you, then they bring you back. Then they told me, okay, you're going to be playing Emmett Till. And then it's like, whoa. Okay, now I have to look at it from a whole different standpoint, more serious, more in-depth. And luckily, I was blessed to be able to book that job. And then as far as what was the second question? I'm sorry.
How did you
Shake off the role. Oh, that was surprisingly easy. When you're immersed in the project and you have to go into work like every day, getting out of the role, of course, when you're off work, yes. But I feel as though you're never really out of it, when you have to get right back in it. But as far as when the project was over, it was my mom, it was my family, it was going out, it was being Jalen that kind of, got me out of that role. But the sad truth about that role is that even when you're not playing it, you're still him. You know, we all are, or at least we could be. You never know. So that's why it's important to keep your head on the swivel and be well educated on stories like this.
My name is Carrington Long. I'm an 8th grader at the Lovett School, and I enjoy acting. I want to act. But were there any struggles being in the acting industry as a young black male? Did you have any hardships?
Yes. You know, let's be honest. There are certain roadblocks you will hit that us as people and as a nation and as a unit must overcome. And I think we're on the way to doing that. But as far as external adversities, I think that you have to know that it's not just a job, right? It's kind of a different world. It's a different way of life. And staying true to whoever you are is crucial in navigating through that.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Xavier Watts from Florida. My question is, how did playing Emmett Till make you feel? Did it feel personal?
Most definitely. There was a couple times while filming that I had to like take a break and, you know, get my bearings and, you know, like I said, talk to my mom, because doing things like that, it can bring you out of your comfort zone, and the little protective bubble that you made for yourself and that your family has made for you. But I feel like it was necessary. It was very enlightening. Like I said, very educating. So for me, it was different, and there were rough spots. But with the community we had on set, and just the people in our corner, it was easy to get through.
And my second question is, can you elaborate on when you said divided? What did you mean by that?
In what context did I use that? What did I say?
You said our community is divided and we should come together.
Oh, yes. You know, we are. You know, I'm trying to use my words correctly here. When I say division, I feel like this is one thing my mom says, and I'm going to be completely blunt right here. We always say we're for us, right? But when we need us, where are we at?
Right.
But when we're group and we're mad at something, then we're all angry. Let's go be mad at that, right? But when we're good and we need health care, when we need community, when someone is hurt, shouldn't be the only time where we think to help each other. We should think to help each other to build us up, to get to these generationally wealthy places, to get to these more than a handful of black men and boys, women as well, owning businesses, owning land, things like that. All of that constitutes to being unified. No one person can accomplish greatness by themselves. So that's what I meant by us being divided.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Makai Isom, and I'm with Fulton Leadership Academy. I just want to say I'm an actor as well, and I think that your work is amazing. And I just want to ask, did you view the picture of Emmett Till? And if so, did it change how you portrayed him?
For sure. I didn't want to look at it. And that in itself was a story to me as well, was a realization that there are a lot of things we don't want to look at, that we choose not to view. But when we're led to or sometimes forced to, our eyes are opened, right? So at first I was a bit scared to look at it, you know, and things of that nature, but I was like, this is something that I need to do. So in viewing it, it changed my whole perspective of not only the role I was playing, but the life I was leading. So definitely, that's a really good question. It definitely changed my view and how I portrayed the character.
Thank you.
Hi. I wanted to ask a question. I was inspired by the question about Emmett Till in the picture. I've seen it as well, and the feelings it provoked, it's somehow hard to handle the feelings that seeing these pictures and being aware of this history, having that experience, and then also being inspired by Martin Luther King and the idea of nonviolence while witnessing such violence being committed against our people. And I was wondering how you, portraying that role, felt that you could hold these two things at the same time, the power of nonviolence and the power of activism, while also the feelings that knowing these things happen. How do you deal with those feelings while portraying a role like that?
Really good question. Really good question. I would say keeping a balance in your life, that it kind of takes it out of your hands a little bit like that. Like I said, one person can't achieve greatness by themselves. So that stress and those feelings that can indeed rip you apart, you must share those amongst those who are like-minded and things like that. So I definitely had to talk about it a lot. You know, this is how I'm feeling. I'm angry about this, but at the same time, I see what angle, they were looking through. And to do that, I kind of just laid it all out there and put my emotions aside to finish, of course, filming and things of that nature. But every day I go through, weighing the different sides to all of these stories that we're telling. But I think just trying to find common ground in all of them is key to staying level-headed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our interview with Jalen Hall. Let's give it up for him one more time. Thank you for coming out.
Wait, one second. I wanted to thank you for your service, because actors, they give of themselves and they sort of become a little bit of everyone. When I saw you backstage, I didn't even make the connection, because you are like a real person, right? You're not just what's on TV. And so what I wanted to ask you, if you could just speak to this generation, because you live online, social media and stuff like that. So many actors' lights go dim because they buy into a lot of the negativity. I'm grateful that you still have yours. You know what I'm saying? And it speaks volumes to who is in your camp. But if you could just speak for 1 second to the power that we all have to build each other up. Because as one of the trainers of the King Center, I'm always reminded that we're building the beloved community, and what affects one affects us all. So if you could just, give something to let people know that what we put out matters and it does affect people, that would just be amazing.
Yes, the work that is done here and within this community, and with mentors such as yourself, is so important to help. I feel like us build our own identities, of course, and once you build your own identity and your own beliefs, and you also see the change that you can help enact, that's really important. I'm a child. I'm no child. But I am youth. And I understand what it means, to not be focused, and to want to go to the nearest trend and what's easy and what everybody's doing. It takes real maturity and real hope to want to help enact change. And luckily, if you're in this room, that means that hope is burning inside you. And you are definitely on the right track to helping others find their hope and integrity as well. And Instagram, TikTok, that's a place to be entertained too, but that's also a place to spread the information as well. There is an audience out there who loves to hear the stuff that you guys hear on the daily, who would love to be in a setting like this to help educate themselves and educate others. So it's very important for y'all to be, for all of us to be in the seat today.
Thank you.
Okay, and students, if you have any further questions, feel free to contact the King Center or Fly or anybody, and to the people who are abroad or looking over internationally, feel free to put the questions in the chat. Thank you, Jalen Hall, once again.
Wow, another powerful interview. Make some noise one more time for Jalen. Thank you, young man. I heard you turned 17 recently. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Teenagers in the building. Oh, y'all see what I got in my hands? You was ready. Come get it. Come get it. Blue shirt. Come on, come on, come on. You got up first. Like, oh, I see what she about to do. I know what's about to go down. Here you go. Uh-oh. Let's see. Let me see. I'm gonna try to channel my Lamar Jackson and try to hit you in the back, okay? Let's see. I have some more. I promise. I got y'all. Y'all talking about Lamar Jackson, you know what I mean? Okay, I'm working. I got a suit on. Listen, I'm excited. I got y'all. I see you. I got y'all. Listen, I'm excited. Y'all excited? Are y'all still hashtagging? Listen, shout out to all of our global virtual audience. Thank y'all for tuning in. I was in the back. I was able to catch some people that are tweeting or Etsying, and some people that are Instagramming and different things like that. So listen, I'm really excited. Make sure you use the hashtag MLK95, hashtag BCGYS, hashtag KHO, hashtag shifting the cultural climate, and hashtag it starts with me. It starts with me. Everybody say that on count of 3. 1, 2, 3. That sounds so good. Listen, I have to shout out some of the most important organizations that we've partnered with that made today possible. Listen, shout out to our sponsors. Can y'all make some noise right now for the Atlanta Braves? Shout out to the Braves. I am a Braves fan. Any baseball fans in the building? All right, I see you. Also, we got to shout out you guys are going to be able to enjoy this in a moment. But can you shout out our net sponsor, Papa John's? Y'all excited about that? Listen, last but certainly not least, can we shout out the Ford Motor Company? Listen, shout out to all of our sponsors for making our Youth Global Summit possible. We really, really appreciate you. That these amazing youth can come and join us in person as well as virtually. Listen, shout out to all the giveaways that are happening in Liberia right now. We made sure we had stuff for them too. Isn't that amazing? They're getting giveaways when you're getting giveaways, right? Saying gifts. So listen, what's been your favorite part of the summit so far? The t-shirts. Oh, so we went there. Come on, shout out to the King Center bookstore. If you want to get more merch, we definitely have some swag bags for you and some great things for you today. But if you want to get some of our more of our merchandise, please check out the King Center bookstore, which is in this building. And if you're watching online, you definitely could go to our website, thekingcenter.org, and click on store, and you can see all the wonderful things that we offer in our bookstore. We have merch, we have books. Anybody ever read a book by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Anybody? Wow. Okay. So that's a challenge. Most of you haven't. We have some amazing books in our bookstore that were actually written by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself. And so I definitely urge you to go check out some of those books, like Why We Can't Wait and Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community. So listen, please go to our bookstore and check out some of those books. And also, did y'all know that our CEO signed a new book this week here on campus? Did y'all know that? It's a children's book. And it's called Coretta. Listen, it's a children's book. Ashley, please make sure you check that book out as well. She was here this past Tuesday signing that book on behalf of her mother, Mrs. Coretta Scott King. Did y'all know that Mrs. Coretta Scott King is the founder of the King Center? Y'all knew that? Okay. I got it. Matter of fact, I'm going to give away something else. If anybody can Google, I gave you some help. What year did the King Center open? When was it founded? Listen, Celeste, can you go grab me one of those shirts out the back? Matter of fact, a poster. Matter of fact, just bring a couple things, Celeste. I think I'm going to give out more stuff. We're going to do a quick questionnaire as we're preparing for lunch. Listen, 1968 was the year that the King Center was founded. Right here in the front. Right here. Yep, perfect. All right. Anybody know the month? Ooh. Right here, I heard her. Right there. June 1968. June 1968. Okay. I said this a couple times today. Let me see how I'm going to do this. I got to do it fair, right? First person to raise their hand. Y'all can't raise your hand if you ain't heard the question yet. All right. I love the enthusiasm. This is amazing. All right. First person to raise their hand after I asked the question. How old? So let's make sure you watch it. So they won't. We got 4 eyes watching up here. Okay. You cheating. Come on. How old is Dr. King turning? Young lady right there. Yep. How old is Dr. King turning on Monday? 95. Listen, I might do this again when we come back for lunch. Listen. All right, so I got some good news for you. It's time to eat. Y'all ready to eat? All right, before we do that, I want to welcome our virtual audience to please stay logged in, and please check out, we have some amazing presentations that we're going to show to our virtual audience while we're on lunch here in Atlanta. Please stay tuned, watch what we have for you. We have some amazing presentations prepared for you, and we'll be back after our lunchtime here with our CEO, Dr. Bernice A. King, as well as our CCO, Dr. Vanetta West. But that's after lunch. But in the meantime, for the people that are here, listen, it's raining. Just going to give you your heads up. It's raining outside. So please, if you hear my voice, clap 1 time. If you hear my voice, clap 2 times. If you hear my voice, clap 3 times. Come on, you math scholars. All right, listen.
experiences a year of cultivating a beloved community mindset for personal, cultural, and societal change. The King Center continued to educate and train global citizens on Kingian nonviolence, rebranded by the center as Nonviolence 365. Over 400 Metro Atlanta students participated in next-gen nonviolence sessions and in school forums, where they learned about Nonviolence 365 and how it can help them show more compassion, de-escalate conflict, communicate with kindness, grow as leaders, and make wise decisions. 94 youth from across the globe engaged in the King Center's beloved Community Leadership Academy. BCLA students received insight and inspiration about entrepreneurship, technology, leadership, and how to navigate all three with Nonviolence 365. Girls from BCLA, including girls joining from Liberia, were a part of Goldman Sachs' 1 Million Black Women cohort. With our Students with King program, the King Center touched the lives of 1,020,792 students from over 30 countries. These 1 million plus students learned from children's book authors, educators, activists, members of the King family, and civic leaders who knew Dr. and Mrs. King. In commemoration of King Center founder Mrs. Coretta Scott King's birthday, the King Center dedicated the Coretta Scott King Monument and Peace and Meditation Garden on the center's grounds. Created by Saya Woolfolk and commissioned by Hulu as one of the company's Made by Her monuments, the monument is a reminder of Mrs. King's global influence. The 2023 Beloved Community International Expo featured performers, art, education, and food from cultures and nations throughout the world. The beloved community is powerful and possible. The King Center hosted a Faith and Democracy Forum, featuring a panel and exchange around equipping faith leaders with information that benefits the communities they serve. In partnership with Microsoft, the King Center introduced Dear Coretta, a digital timeline. The timeline demonstrates Mrs. King's belief that the beloved community can be achieved through a radical and courageous commitment to love, and it challenges humanity to be loved. In 2023, more than 1,000 volunteers supported the King Center. As the King Center committed to helping global citizens cultivate a beloved community mindset, the center's team also committed to growing an understanding and application of Kingian nonviolence and in wisdom for how history influences today. The King Center looks forward. Join in its 2024 work of shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence.
sit. Come on, folks, you can stand here. Stand out here so everybody can see. There you go. We're waiting for your partners. Will you tell them who you are?
Hazen.
Hazen. All right, let's hear it for Hazen.
Killian.
Say it again.
Killian.
All right, let's hear it for Kellyanne. All right.
Ella.
Ella, and let's hear it for Ella. Okay, the voice is going to give us a question, and don't worry about it because you're going to work as a team. You're going to come up with your answer, then you're going to share, you're going to think about what it should be, then you're going to share your answer, then y'all can come with a consensus. And then once you come with the consensus, you're going to think, pair, you're going to share with the audience, and the audience is going to let us know if we right or wrong. So we all get to participate. All right, give me a question. Turn around. Do not yell it out. I know you know the answer. Don't yell it out. Give them time. Where were Dr. King and his sister born? A, Greater Hospital, B, in the fire station, C, at home, or D, Piedmont Hospital, Stockbridge. Now, while they're thinking about that, you read the book. You read the book, right? The teacher read the book to you? Very good. And it was in there, so let's count from 5 backwards, and at that time, we'll get an answer. Y'all talk to each other and let us know what the answer's going to be. Let's go. 5, 4. 3, 2, 1. All right, then. We turn around. Who's going to be the spokesperson? It's going to be you, all right?
At home.
At home? Was he born at home, boys and girls? Yes, they are absolutely correct. Born at home. Somebody paid attention. Who read the book to you? Your teacher read it to you? Oh, you just knew. Well, good job. That's the right answer. Let's give her a round of applause. You'll go that way, and she has something for you. That way. All right. We may have time for one more school, and that's going to probably be it. And let's see who that's going to be. Beecher Elementary School. Do you have your, that's what I'm talking about. Here they come, let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. Voice, will you go ahead and give us the question? Due to time, we're just trying to make sure we make up for some of the time. Come on over, come on over. All right.
Reese. Aubrey. Makai.
All right, let's give him a question. Turn around. Okay, I'll read it for you. What did Dr. King say when his mother dear told him why he could no longer play with his white friends? A, I'm going to play with my friends anyway. B, that is not nice. C, I'm going to turn this world upside down. Or D, none of the above. All right, think about it and get together with each other. Come up with your answer. All right. Oh, I'll be here. Shh, don't tell them the answer. Good job. All right, let's count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Oh, rest. I forgot 0 was in there, wasn't it? That's a good job. All right, you want to turn around? Who's going to be the spokesperson? You are? Okay. I'm going to. Then y'all get together and decide what the answer is going to be? You got to read. You said, what is it?
We said the answer will be C.
Very good, because if you ain't got that answer, you've been wrong. That is absolutely correct. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. I do apologize. We had to cut it short because of the lateness of arrival. But thank those who participated. But you may go that way. All right. But I want to let you know that we're not going to let your teachers off the hook. So we had Beecher and we had Warren T. Jackson. We're going to pull Fickett Elementary School. All right, come on up. Let's come on. Yes, it's time to take a teacher and put that teacher on the spot. All right. Hey, how you doing? That's good. Now, I know you was a straight A student in school and did all this stuff, and even if you didn't do your homework, you had the ability to come up with the right answer. So I'm going to ask you a question, and if you give me the right answer, we have a prize for you too. Okay. All right. So The King Center has a program that's designed for supporting the social, emotional learning objective for schools. Do you know what that program is called?
The Reading Corner.
Is she right, boys and girls? Oh, I know why they say she's not right. What did she leave out? Okay. There you go, student with King. Stand up, yeah, right here. Do you want to say it? Mm-hmm. Bring a prize to this young man because he helped to teach out student with King. All right, job well done. So let's give her a round of applause, and that's it. Just give her the card. Come back up here, please. All right, now that was a lot of excitement. I truly appreciate that. For those schools that didn't get a chance, I do apologize due to the lateness of the school. But your teacher do have a book that they will share with you all, and we thank you for coming. But at this time, I'm so happy to introduce a dear friend of me. Normally I have an hour introduction, but due to the time, I'm gonna have to shorten it to about 30 seconds. This individual, a lot of you have seen on television, and you might, well, maybe you have, your parents have, because most of you probably don't watch news, but you might have seen her in the community. And I'm going to introduce my dear friend, Ms. Deetra Dukes from Fox 5 Television. She's going to be the moderator for the discussion. Come on out, Deetra.
Good morning, good morning. It is so wonderful to see you all out here. I have participated for several years. We missed in person last year because of COVID, and so it's wonderful to be back here with all of you. And I know that you all have been working with your teachers. You've read the book. You have a lot of great questions, I know, for our panelists today. So we're going to get started. And as we talk to our panelists, I want you all to really come up with some questions if you haven't already done so. And we're going to give you the opportunity at some point to ask questions of our panelists, okay? All right, and I know this is a bright group, that you all are very smart, because I was standing back there and I heard that not one person who was asked missed a question during our game session. Am I right? All right, well, let's get going. At this time, my panelists can join me on the stage. Wherever you'd like to sit. You can sit next to me. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna let you. You all will be sharing a mic. And there you go, sir. And I'm making brief introductions here, and then I'm going to give our panelists an opportunity to tell you a little bit more about themselves before we start getting into the question portion of our program this morning. So we're joined here on stage by Mr. Isaac Ferris Jr. He is Dr. King's nephew. Welcome him. Dr. Valda Montgomery, and Dr. Montgomery and her parents played a major role in the civil rights movement, and they're also good friends of Dr. King. And Dr. Albert Paul Brinson, a personal friend and colleague of Dr. King's, and he also was very instrumental in the civil rights movement. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Well, sir, we're going to start with you. And I'd just like you and our other panelists to just tell us a bit about yourselves and your relationship with Dr. King, and anything else you'd like to add as we get underway.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. Yes, as our great MC has told you, I am Isaac Newton Ferris Jr. I'm the nephew of Dr. King. Some of you might be wondering, well, if you're related to Dr. King, why is your last name Ferris and his last name is King? And that's because my mother, Christine King, was his sister. And when she married my father, of course, her last name changed to Ferris, which is why my last name is Ferris. I also serve as senior fellow here at the King Center. So it's very exciting to have you all here today to learn about the life of Dr. King. And I just would like to add, before I pass it off to my co-panelists, one thing I want you to remember about Dr. King. And that was, he was a student just like you. Okay? So that means you can be like Dr. King. And that doesn't mean that you have to give great speeches. Doesn't mean that you have to lead demonstrations. It just means that you have to treat everybody with love and respect. And then you too can be like Dr. King. Okay? All right. Dot.
Good morning. Okay. I met them I'm from Montgomery, Alabama. Do you know where that is? Okay. I'm from Montgomery, Alabama. In Montgomery, Alabama? Okay, well, I'll talk with you later. Okay? I might know them. I'm from Montgomery, Alabama, and I live in a neighborhood, or grew up in a neighborhood called Centennial Hill in Montgomery, which at that time was a affluent African-American neighborhood in Montgomery. So you had your doctors, your lawyers, your legislators, your ministers, etc. And they built the Dexter Avenue church home, the minister's home, in that neighborhood, which is 2 doors down from where I live. So in 1954, the newlywed couple came in, and let me back up a little bit. I was only 6 years old. Anybody in here 6 years old? 7 years old? All right. Okay, we'll just go back last year. Okay, 6 years old. When this newlywed couple moved in, right down the street from us, 2 doors down from us, and of course, we had already been in and out of that house long before they came in. And we went down to the house to greet the newlywed couple. They had no children, first home, first assignment, etc. And that newlywed couple was Martin Luther King and his wife, Coretta Scott King. And from that point on, our families became extremely close. I was 8 years old when Yolanda was born. Actually, I was 7 and I turned 8 2 weeks later. When Yolanda was born, as we say, we called her Yoki. So my sister and I were the, quote, older kids on the block, she being 9 and me being 8. So we kind of took care of them. And then Martin was born in 1957 along with my brother. So all of them used to ride their tricycles up and down the street, you know, that kind of thing. So they were our neighbors for 6 years. And there's a lot of stories that I can tell you about how wonderful that couple was, how wonderful that family was as neighbors. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It should be on.
Good morning. When I look at you, I remember when I first got out of college, my first job was an elementary school teacher at Peter James Bryant Elementary School then. But I only lasted for 3 years. In all seriousness, I'm Albert Paul Brinson, and my relationship with the King family has been a lifetime experience. When my mother raised 3 boys, and our father was not in the home at that time. He'd left. So Martin Luther King Sr. Became a surrogate father to me. And so it meant that his children, Christine, ML, AD, were family to me all of my life. And because of that, my whole life was affected. We are sitting, and we're sitting right now in a spot that is directly across the street from Our Lady of Lourdes Roman Catholic School. Now, I went to Catholic school for the first 8 years of my education, from 1st grade to 8th grade. And the school sits, so it's right in the back of the King Senior, where the King Senior's birth home was. The playground and all is right there. And Ebenezer, of course, is right down here. And I lived in the public housing project, which was Grady Homes then. So every morning, I would get up and walk all the way up from, it's about 8 blocks down, long blocks, all the way up the boulevard and to go to Lady of Lourdes School. But before that, 1 block was Ebenezer Baptist Church, and that was a place that became the home that for me and for a lot of other people had their lives turned around. I first met the Kings because Reverend King Sr. was a pastor, and Mrs. Alberta Williams King was his wife, who we used to always talk about, as we said, was a co-pastor. Because she reached out and pulled all of us together as a church family, and so I became sort of a little brother to Chris, to ML Jr., and to AD, and that relationship has lasted even now, even now with Dr. Christine King Farris, who is now in her 95th year. And in another month, if I make it, I will be 85. So it's a great surprise. But my involvement in terms of the Kings and the civil rights has a long time to it. I was baptized by Reverend King Sr. When I was 8 years old. And growing up, I went to David T. Howard High School, which is not too far from here, within walking distance of where we sit. It was a high school in this area. And this is a Fourth Ward area where people said that nothing good could ever come out of Fourth Ward. But in terms of history, out of Fourth Ward, you heard the name of Vernon Jordan, Maynard Jackson, of course, Martin Luther King. All of this is Fourth Ward, where we all came from. And growing up, when I went to high school, okay, I'm sorry. You just let it ring. It rang up. It's probably a bill collector.
Well, I'll give you a minute to answer that, or, to put it on silent. It'll go off? Okay.
Okay. It's nice music anyway. But when after high school, during that time, I grew up. I lived in and out of the King home. Reverend King Sr. and Alberta Williams King were family to me. Even when I finally married, got out of college. But before I went to college, this is an interesting moment. When I was getting ready to graduate from high school. Well, ML Jr., we were talking about where I was going to go to college. And so, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was, of course, a great Morehouse man. And so he said to me, "Now, Albert, you could never get into Morehouse. Today, an oil portrait of me hangs in the Martin Luther King International Chapel." Because I went on to become the indirect line successor to Henry Lyman Morehouse, who was a white man for whom the college was named, but he was the responsibility that I had, but I retired and went into ministry, which came through Martin Luther King Jr. ultimately, I guess. I became the Associate General Secretary for World Mission Support, and this meant I was responsible for the $42 million budget. I never had a penny of it now. But it was all a part of what goes out of the King life. But listen, I'll move on. But I am in ministry today largely because of my connection with this family. In Birmingham, we were talking just out here a few minutes ago, but during the 60s, what we had, first of all, the student movement, when I was in college, we sat in. You know what sit-ins were? Well, sit-ins were when you went to if you wanted to go to Burger King or to McDonald's or any of the restaurants, they had to go. Colored people couldn't go in often. You had to stand outside at a window or be served something, or you couldn't go to restrooms or anything. And so, as a result of that, when we were in college during my age grouping, we organized what was called sit-ins, And this means that we would go as colored people or Negroes. Those are the nicer names they called us. Where's your sense of humor? But we sat in, we had it on March 9th, 1960. We introduced the sit-in movement in Atlanta. And the first student being arrested and placed on the front page of the 5-star final pink edition of the Atlanta Journal is Albert Paul Brinson. I remember we went to jail after we were arrested. And that evening, when we were in cell blocks, one man whom I was so glad to see came in out with a man holding a pad, and it was Reverend King Sr. And so he said, I can pay he looked in, he smiled at me. I was sitting on a row there, and in that same room and being held for sitting in was A.D. King, the other King brother. And so Reverend King looked at me, he smiled, and he said, I'll pay, I have a property bond, and I'll pay for A.D. King and Albert Brinson, and at that time, Otis Moss. So it was there are a lot of stories I could tell you for sitting here today, but that's me.
Yes.
Well, I would just add, he went to jail so that none of you have to go to jail now. Okay, let's give him a hand.
And we'll talk more about that later. Young man, I see you have your hand up. We do have a mic.
Well, can they bring it? It moves, doesn't it? Maybe if you bring it down.
Want me to move
Is
it
that
down?
one of the cordless mics?
No, it has a cord.
But the cord starts from up here, right?
No.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
No, it's right here.
In fact, those of you with your hands up, in the interest of time, if you'd like to go ahead and form a line, and we will get to you, okay?
Yeah, thank you. We should have said that at the beginning. We do apologize.
And while you all are making your way to the microphones to ask your questions, I did want to ask you, I'm sorry. Oh, they are engaged. I love it. Keep your listening ears open though, because we have a lot of great conversations and information and things that you will not see in your history books as you make your way there. But I'm just so happy to see that so many people have questions for our panelists today. But I did want to talk to you about the fact that so much of what we hear about Dr. King and we learn about him in class, we're learning about him as an adult in the civil rights movement, his great work there. But I know that you have heard such wonderful stories from your mom about how he was as a child, around these children's ages.
Yes. First off, like I said earlier, it's important that you remember that Dr. King was just like you. He had friends just like you do. And I heard you all earlier, I believe I heard Donald Bullock talking about a great disappointment that he had as a child. Do you remember that? Him coming home and being upset with his mother? Do you all remember that story? And do you remember why he was upset? He couldn't play with his friend. And why couldn't he play with his friend? Right here. Well, yes, because he was black and his friend was white. Now I'm looking out here and I see beautiful white children and I see beautiful black children. And do y'all play together?
Yeah.
You do? Because it doesn't sound like it. Do y'all play together?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right. I was just wondering. And so he had a lot of stories like this. But also, one thing that you might not know about Dr. King was he liked to play sports. Right? Did you know that? You knew that? Did you know that? How did you know, the young lady in the pink, how did you know that? With all people, and he was a very good swimmer too, by the way. Does anybody in here swim? Do you all swim? You know how to swim? Yeah, all y'all know how to swim? Okay, well then you another way that you're like Dr. King, he was a very, very good swimmer. And I think I see you all's questions, but I see we've got questions up
Yes,
here.
and they're
and so-
ready.
Yeah.
She's been waiting. She's
Yes,
excited
let's
to
let her
ask
get
you a
her question in.
Yes.
My name is Skylar, and I'm from Jackson Elementary. What were the 60s like?
Well, you two can definitely weigh in on that.
But for the sake of time, we're going to ask Dr. Montgomery, will you answer that for the young lady so we can get to another question?
Okay, the 60s were really a horrible time for Black people, because I know that you've heard of the bombing of the children in Birmingham. That was in the 60s. We also could not go to places. It was during segregation. Do you know what that word is? Have you heard of it before?
Yes, I know what the
Who
word
knows what
is.
segregation is? Okay, what is it? Tell me. That's right. That's absolutely right. You perfect term. It kept us separated. We couldn't go to the schools. We couldn't go to the parks. We couldn't eat in the restaurants. We could go to the bathrooms, any of those kinds of things. Okay. But on the fun side of the 60s, the music was great because it was Motown. Have you heard of Motown before?
No.
And you haven't heard of Motown? Girl, you haven't heard of Motown?
Ask your parents about Motown. when
Motown,
you get
that's
home.
right. Ask your parents about Motown. But it was a lot of good music, a lot of good Black music, and we could go from house to house and party and have a lot of fun at the same time. But during the 60s, just remember, it was a horrible time for Black people. A lot of
Okay,
killings.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. In the interest of time, I think we probably should let the children ask one question apiece.
Right.
Because we've got such a long line there and such a great group.
My name is Rodriguez Moreland, and I am from Fickett Elementary. And my question is, did any of Martin Luther King's sons play football?
They did. His son Dexter played football and went to a school called Frederick Douglass High School. Y'all ever heard of Frederick Douglass? And have you heard of the school Frederick Douglass High School? Yes. Dexter King, Dr. King's younger son, played football there, and the position he played was linebacker, and he also played fullback. So he ran with the ball a few times, and he tackled people. His other son, Martin, did not play football, but he played basketball. And he was a pretty good basketball player as well.
All right, next question.
My name is Hernie Long, and I'm from Fickett Elementary. And my question is, when y'all did sit-ins, were y'all like physically hurt? Did they put their hands on y'all?
When we did sit-ins, they arrested us, but they didn't put their hands on us except to put cuffs on us where necessary. And they also lined us up to go out to get into what we call a paddy wagon. That was a big police truck where you went into the back door and stepped up the steps and went in to be taken off to jail. That's as much as I think that's as close to answer as I can give you on that one.
I would like to add that Uncle Albert, and I call him Uncle Albert because as he's told you, he's so close to our family, was fortunate because there were a lot of students that did have things put on, milkshakes poured on them, water poured on them, and people actually hit them. Because of their commitment to nonviolence, those students did not strike back. So remember that took a lot of strength. It takes more strength to walk away from a fight than to actually fight. Always remember that it takes more strength to walk away from a fight than to fight.
Thanks. I'd like to add one thing if I can. Sure. During the time, I was the leader of a group that went to, there were several groups went to certain restaurants, and at the same time, all over Atlanta, we walked in at the same time and sat down. So in the restaurant where I went, which is right across from the old Union Station, railroad station then, when I sat down with 8 other people, and I was in charge of the group, we sat down, and this was at 11:30. Right, lunchtime was getting ready to start. And so the waitress came over and snatched up off the table the salt and pepper shakers and everything, and the silver. It was plastic, we called it silver. And they took it off the table. And then came back with a man and brought back a white man, came back with her. And he said, well, why are you here? What do you want? And I said, sir, I was a spokesperson for the group, and we had spokespersons for each group. And I said, sir, we came here to be served, and we intend to sit here until we are served or told why we cannot be served. And so he turned and walked away. And the next thing we know, looking all out in the window, crowds began to come out of the Atlanta Journal newspaper was directly across the street, and Rich's department store. And they began to come out of the store and come out of the street. And police were that quick. Would begin to blow whistles and all and move traffic. And it was not before long, that we heard the man come in, and he said to me, that this is Mr. T. And he looked at me because I was the one who was sitting there speaking. And he said, well, you're told you cannot be served here, so what do you intend to do? And I said again, sir, we intend to sit here until be served, or to be told until we're told why we cannot be. And so he said, well, come with me. And we all had to get up. And we started walking out into the streets, newspapers. That's how my picture ended up being the front page of the Atlanta Journal that afternoon, because they were making pictures of us, and they ushered us right on up into the patio. But that was, a result. I thought you ought to know that we stuck together, and we were together, and there was a religious attitude over the whole thing, a positive attitude over the whole spirit.
Young lady, you have a question?
My name is Reese Kim, and I'm from Beecher Hills. My question is for Dr. Montgomery. My question is, was segregation worse in the South or in the North?
Was segregation worse in the South or the North?
It was for her.
Segregation was worse in the South, okay? For instance, my mother came from Charleston, South Carolina, and when she moved to Montgomery, someone asked her that same question, and she said they had segregation in South Carolina, but this Alabama was the deep South, and it was brutal in the South. People died because of that.
Thank you.
But it's important that you know that there was segregation in the North as well. And it was not maybe as harsh, but still blacks and whites could not live in the same neighborhood, for instance, even in the North.
And can I say something just before you answer that question? When you mentioned about the sit-ins, I just wanted to say there was a training. We had to learn how to do the sit-ins. It wasn't just wake up and decide. I think that's what I'll do today. I'll be nonviolent. We took nonviolent lessons and trainings in the afternoon, much like you would go to football practice or piano lessons. We all met and had to learn how to do this, learn how to take all of that type of abuse and deal with it and be nonviolent.
That's a very important point. Thank you for adding that. Our next question.
How many times did he get sent in jail?
You're asking the group or Dr. King?
Dr. King.
All righty, thank you.
Dr. King went to jail 29 times. 29 times.
Thank you.
And I just want to say again, he went to jail. Uncle Albert went to jail. I believe, Dr. Montgomery, did you ever? Never did.
What about veggie pizza? Come on, veggie. Y'all don't want any vegetables on your pizza? Who like fruit on their pizza? Who like pineapples on their pizza? Come on. Pineapples. I see you, Mike Lewis, in the back. Anybody like spinach on their pizza? They're like, no, Fly. I like spinach and pepperoni and mushrooms. I think that's my favorite. Pepperoni is definitely my favorite pizza, though. Pepperoni. All right, so listen, since y'all just came back from lunch, they was ready. They was ready already. See? See? Y'all thought I forgot about y'all. I didn't forget. Uh-oh. Y'all got me to pull out my Lamar Jackson again. Let's see. Listen, I love that y'all are excited about this King Center merch. Can y'all make some noise right now for yourselves? Okay. That was a 3 out of 10. Y'all know I like energy. Come on. We're coming back for the second half of the King Center's 2024 Beloved Community Global Youth Summit. Make some noise. Welcome back to our virtual audience. Everybody that's watching from all around the world, greetings to you. I am your host, Sierra Fly Bobo. Welcome to the second half of our Global Youth Summit. Listen, you see that there are some amazing people on the stage right now. I'm going to turn it over to them quickly, and I want to introduce our moderator for this next coming discussion, someone that I adore, and I love dearly, Dr. Vanetta West, who is our Chief Content Officer here at the King Center. Y'all make some noise right now for Dr. West.
Thank you, Fly. You all having a great time? Is your lunch good? I was just up here thinking if only Dr. King could see you all fighting over these posters and shirts. It's great to see your excitement. We're excited to have you here with us. We have a very special conversation coming up. Do you all recognize this lady on stage with me? You recognize the lady? You ever seen her before? Dr. King, we have students here. Tell us what schools you're from. Love it. All right. It's Love It, Fulton Leadership Academy. And somebody was here from Atlanta International School. Is that right? Welcome to you. I've been to your school. I need to go to Love It. I've been to Fulton Leadership Academy too. Great schools you're representing here today. Dr. Bernice A. King is the CEO of the King Center. She is the youngest child of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Mrs. Coretta Scott King, who is the founder of the King Center. And I want to tell y'all something, okay? Whenever you mention Dr. Bernice A. King, be sure to say she's the daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Mrs. Coretta Scott King, because she had a mama, and she had a great mama who was brilliant, founded the King Center, a global peacemaker and peace advocate, a thought leader for the world. Mrs. Coretta Scott King was. She was a peace advocate before she met Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And so we celebrate her today. We celebrate her on MLK Day. As we have this conversation even here today with young people, we want to be sure that we acknowledge and recognize Mrs. Coretta Scott King, who gave birth to this great woman that I'm sitting with today, who is also, what sorority are you with? Go ahead. AKA Alpha Kappa Alpha, graduate of Spelman College, also a graduate of Emory University, representing the ATL. Now I want to tell the young folks here, Dr. King, that you are also a former DJ. Is you DJ?
When I was their age.
When she was your age,
The oldest.
She's a DJ.
The oldest young person.
It's a DJ. She's the lead organizer for King Holiday Observance, which the theme this year is It Starts With Me, Fly told you, shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence, which is nonviolence based off of her father's teachings, and philosophy. So, Dr. King, you want to start out with a greeting for the folks?
Y'all got me following all these celebrities. What's that about?
Well, I don't
That
know.
wasn't good.
You're not a
And
celebrity?
They're young celebrities. You know, I'm
Okay.
older. I can put the
Okay.
older person last.
Well, I think you're pretty well known, so I
don't
think
know
it's
about
good.
that. I wanted to say beautiful woman. She was a brilliant and beautiful.
Your mama?
My mama.
Okay.
When y'all say that?
She was.
Where's her picture?
She was nice
We
looking,
had
Mrs.
one with
Coretta
her on
Scott
it. I don't
King.
know what happened to it, but anyway. Oh, she's out there? Okay. All right. I hope I took some of her looks. So that makes me.
I said
beautiful as well.
absolutely.
Let's give a shout out to Sierra Fly Bobo. She dressed me today with this jacket. She made this jacket. I want to thank her. She's an entrepreneur. I know you were you were interviewing the other entrepreneur. So love her and appreciate you, Dr. Vanetta West.
Thank you.
So where are we going today?
We're going
There's
today.
a lot going on. Lots
We
being
want to
said.
talk about a few years ago, everyone, Dr. King introduced this concept. This Dr. King, not Martin Luther King Jr., Bernice A. King. We were talking to a group of young people, and she started to talk about mirrors and windows. Mirrors and windows. And so, what do you do when you look in a mirror? What are you checking on? Yourself. What do you do when you look out of a window? Looking outside at other folks.
Everybody else.
Everybody else. So we wanted to talk to you about that idea and the thought that it starts with me and how important it is that we use both mirrors and windows. Say that with me. Mirrors and windows. I know you just had some great pizza, but hype it up a bit. Mirrors and windows. So Dr. King, in that vein, when you think about your parents' teachings and what you teach and share with the world today, how important is it to understand that it starts with me and to look at the mirror and examine ourselves?
So I want to answer this question a different kind of way.
Go ahead.
Do y'all know about the birth home up the street? Okay. It's closed down right now because they're having to do some extra renovations and restabilizing. But that's where my father was actually born. That was the hospital for him. And across the street from there, there's an empty lot, but there was a store there. And in that store is owned by some white folks back then in 1929 when he was born. For some 1929 till about 1935. My father, probably around the age of 3, 4, or 5, had some playmates that were the children of those store owners, 2 white boys. And he used to go out there every day and play with them and have fun. And suddenly one day when he was 6 years old, it was weird. They were like, they can no longer play with you. What? What's up with this? So he goes back home to my grandmother, Alberta, who I'm named after my middle name. My middle name is Albertine. But he went back home to his mother, my grandmother, and she started telling him about segregation and the world, and told him that, no matter what, always remember you're as good as anybody else. Now, I share that story because I always believe that the reason my father felt he had a personal responsibility to change the world is because of the way that ended with his relationship with his white friends. He was on a mission, and I say this to simplify it. He was on a mission because he wanted to get back and reconcile and reconnect with his white friend. That became his launching pad for looking at the world. You all have a launching pad. Something that's happened in your life at some given point pricked your conscience, bothered you, angered you, frustrated you. And it stirs something up in you and you become very passionate. Well, the more those of us get in touch with that, the more we can begin to affect and change and transform the world. And unfortunately, too many people don't realize that they're here for a set purpose. I think somebody talked about purpose earlier. Who was it?
Derek Hayes.
Yes, Slade Vegan's husband, right? I'm gonna call him Slutty Vegan's husband because they always
All
call
right.
me somebody's wife.
Because
Slutty Vegan's husband.
somebody said
Yeah.
slutty vegan's husband.
Yeah, purpose. So the reason we talk about it starts with me because most times when stuff's happening, we're waiting for the teacher, we're waiting for the leadership in various fields, whether it's an elected official, a corporate leader, a civic community leader, the adults or whatever. We're waiting for them to do something when there's stuff already stirring up inside of you, just like it stirred up inside of my father when that incident happened. And then later on, when he was a teenager around your age, he went down to participate in an oratorical conversation. Was it in, what part of Georgia was that? Was that, oh God, I'm trying to remember what part of Georgia. One Waycross, Georgia, but it was somewhere down south. He went to participate in the oratorical contest. And I think he won the contest.
I hope so.
Well, if he didn't, he came in second. But anyway, on the way back, now think about this. You're the champion. You're one of the champions. And now they're telling you, when we go to this next town, because back then it took a long time to get through these different cities and states because we didn't have the highways we have today. They're telling you when you get to this next town, you got to get up and give your seat to folks. I wonder how that would make you feel. And the reason, not because, you know how we say to young men, give up your seat to a lady. That wasn't the reason. It was because of the color of his skin. It, excuse my expression, pissed him off. So that was another trigger for him. At that point, he came close, he said, to almost hating all white people. So all of these things were the foundation for his purpose and eventually passion in life. So I'm saying to people as we celebrate the King holiday, tap into that because it starts with you. If you want the world to change, start with the things that are passionate in you. Start with the things that trouble you, disturb you, you know, maybe keep you up at night even as a young person, something right in your environment. And begin to get involved in the way that you know how. Part of the best way, which people don't understand in the process of changing society, is preparing yourself. Isn't that what the Slutty Vegan's husband said? No, I'm just joking. What is his name, Derek?
Derek Hayes.
Derek Hayes.
Derek Hayes.
You got to prepare yourself. You got to study. And that's why this year we're talking to people about studying Dr. King, not just reciting and quoting him. I'm tired of people quoting my daddy. In fact, I'm saying shut up till you study him. You know what I'm saying? Because you need to understand what he really is about holistically, not just this little excerpted part. So that's why it starts with me. It's so important because if the world's going to change, then you can't wait on somebody else. You got to step in and begin to do something based off of what is stirring up inside of you.
That's important, Dr. King, but I heard you talk about mirrors and windows because what Dr. King experienced externally, what were the two things that Dr. King just mentioned that her father experienced in life? Someone tell me. No, the incidents. What happened? Something happened with his neighbors right on his street. Something happened after he was in a contest. He had to sit at the back of the bus. That's external.
No, he had to stand up.
He had to stand up. Stand up.
Home.
And that's my windows. Those are the things that are outside of me. And then he had to come deal with the mirror and say, who do I want to be? How many of you have ever experienced something that disappointed you, that upset you, that you felt wasn't fair? Raise your hand if you've ever experienced something that wasn't fair. So imagine, Dr. King, if we experience those things and we don't go take a look in a mirror and say, how does that make me feel? And how can I use it to refine my purpose?
Refine your purpose, and how can I use it to be constructive?
That's
I
very
used to have a teacher in high school that used to say, do something constructive. He used to tell me that all the time. It's in my head. So now I understand that I have to be a part of being constructive and not destructive. So that sends me into some introspection too. But I think it's important because what happens is, how many of y'all things have happened that you just raised your hand on and it just pissed you off, made you so mad, made you so angry, and you were ready to do something. Now, what nonviolence does is it gives you the ability to discipline your emotion. And I'm saying this because at your age, we've been there. Trust me, I've been in your seat. I sat in many audiences and I was like, what are these people saying? You know, all that kind of stuff. But if you don't hear anything else, as hard as it is, the way this society is right now, you have to learn to discipline your emotions. When something happens, the first thing you got to do is arrest all of that. Feel what you feel. If you're angry, feel that anger. I felt anger for years because of what happened to my father, my grandmother who was shot in church down here when I was 11, my uncle who mysteriously was found in his pool. He didn't drown. We believe it was foul play. So by the time I was 11, I had 3 tragic deaths. And so I eventually became a very angry woman, and I was very destructive, even though the teacher was telling me to do something constructive. I was very angry, and to the point that as I continued to get older and I saw films like Mississippi Burning, y'all don't know about that, look for that, dealing with all the stuff in the civil rights movement, and I became so angry that I started internally to hate all white people. Even though I went to Galloway as a child, those that love it know about Galloway. I went to elementary school at the Galloway School up to the 8th grade. Then I went to Frederick Douglass High School and graduated from there. But Galloway, I had very close white friends. I had Native American friends. I had Jewish friends. Stayed at their houses. Even though all of that was happening, I had play aunts and uncles that were white. But inside of me, I had this anger because of what had happened in my life. And I became temporarily a little destructive, you know, and wanted to destroy people. And I thank God I didn't grow up in a household of guns, because that possibly could have occurred. I could have probably done something to me and other people, and I wouldn't be sitting here today. So the point is that at your age, especially with all these guns in society now, you don't want to just get angry and upset and just begin to operate out of your emotional self. Process your emotion and then start thinking about how can I turn this around and do something constructive as it relates to what happened to me. If it means you have to challenge the wrongdoing and the evil, do it, but you don't want to do it trying to meet heat with heat, because the end result of violence is more violence. I mean, you can't turn violence into nonviolence unless you bring nonviolence into it. Violence is only going to reap more violence and more violence and more violence, and it just becomes destructive.
Thank you for that, Dr. King. Now, I know we might all have, or we should all have, some instances where we can identify with what you just said. Have you ever felt destructive before? Have you ever been destructive? I've been destructive.
Even with your tongue.
With your tongue, yeah, because it's not just physical violence or physical destruction. How many of you have tried to destroy people with your words?
Oh, yeah.
I know I raised my hand high. Anybody tried to send a tweet to destroy somebody? Do an Instagram post? Anybody ever tried to get on TikTok destructive? I know I have. I mean, social media is one of the places where if you wanted to go and just destroy somebody, when we think about that, Dr. King, how important is it that we utilize nonviolence, Kingian nonviolence, in everything that we do, even in our social media spaces? What are some positive things we can do to be constructive and look out the window and say, hey, I've checked myself in the mirror. I want to look out of the window and figure out some ways I can be constructive. What can we do with this social media space? What can we do differently? You all want to do something differently?
They may not want to.
Do you want to really? Dr. King said y'all may
being
not
honest,
want to.
they may not want to.
May not want to. You okay with it? You good? Yeah. Well, one day, because I used to use social media in a destructive way. You know, sub-tweeting, sub-posting, where you talking about somebody but you don't say their name. You know what that is? Or you join in when people are dragging somebody and you become a part of it on all the platforms. But there are ways we can use social media, your mother pointed out, internet, to be constructive. So I want you to sit on the edge of your seats, and even if you may not want to hear it now, if you think everything's okay, imagine if you're on the other end of that, if you've never been before, cyberbullying, having someone criticize you, even if you made a mistake, just drag you and seeing your name in those spaces. That's a part of nonviolence too. Nonviolence disciplines us in how we behave everywhere.
You know, I'm trying to figure this out. I think it just feels good to say very destructive.
Yeah, that's why we keep doing it
on the internet, through social media. Is that right? I mean, y'all help me with this because I don't know why we respond the way we respond. Does it feel good when y'all, respond back or put something out there? Say that again? There's like a sense of satisfaction. Sense of satisfaction. So what is the goal?
We can't hear you, can't talk. Does anybody need to go to the mic? What's the goal?
When somebody says something or does something that's negative, hurtful, harmful to you or even somebody else on social media, what is your goal? To give them the hurt you just felt. Do you think they actually feel it? You do? Say that again. Okay, and so where does that land you? She said you're just as bad as them. Exactly. So why do you think it's hard for your generation to get that? That fighting fire with fire never solves anything. So the question becomes, before we get to that, do you think people are trying to solve or they're just trying to act and react? So it's individualistic.
Can you go to the mic? Would you mind going to the mic? Thank you so much.
I'm talking to y'all because I want to learn from you all. I don't want you to just learn from me today. I'm trying to get y'all.
Yeah, go ahead. We are moving into our Q&A time, so if you have questions for Dr. King, go ahead to the mic. She wants to hear from you.
It really depends if the person is willing to make ends meet and to kind of find a middle area where you can all kind of be at least somewhat satisfied with everything and I guess be at peace. But some people just don't like to do that, so they just keep fighting and fighting and fighting because they don't want to admit that they are wrong, or that maybe they don't want to come to a compromise.
So why do you think it happens so much and that people can't get past that? And anybody can answer that. It doesn't have to be you.
Probably because in today's society.
In a what society?
In today's society, you see so many people choosing to resort to violence instead of peacefully trying to sort things out. And it comes down to just, I guess, how you, your general personality and whether or not you are willing to, kind of accept that, hey, I made a mistake. Do you want to find a way to fix that? Or to make everything, I don't know, more peaceful than it was before? Because, like I said, fighting fire with fire does not solve anything. If anything, it just makes it worse.
Okay. So I want to ask a general question just to everybody. Thank you. I appreciate that. How do y'all feel about all the violence in the world? Does it bother you? Do you care? Do Do you want it to stop or do you want it to continue? That's my question. How many people want it to just keep going on? It's okay if you feel that way. Okay, nobody wants to see violence just continue, whether it's cyberbullying, whether it's going back and forth, whether it's the physical with the gun violence, whether it's all the vitriol that's happening in society. Are y'all sick and tired of it yet? Because it doesn't seem like we're sick and tired of it. There was a lady named Fannie Lou Hamer who was a voting rights activist, and she had a phrase, "I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." And at that point, she was so fed up, she was willing to put her very life on the line to fight for the right to vote and to have a voice on the convention floor. And so I'm not convinced people are sick and tired of what's going on in society. We talk about it, but we're not sick enough to want to make a change, because we resort right back to saying, doing what we're doing on social media or even in your school environments. And at some point, like Gandhi said, you have to become the change you want to see in the world. And that's why we have the King Center and trying to teach people the nonviolent way of responding to people who are spewing violence, whether it's with their mouth, who are doing it through unjust means, so that you have a tool and an ability to withstand and resist all of that, and not have to lose who you are as a human being, because what all this violence is doing to us is stripping us of who we are as human beings. I just want you to understand this. You're more than your emotional self. You have higher thinking. And in your higher thinking, as we were talking yesterday, you have a higher ability to see things different than they are if you look past that particular incident. And so if you all don't embrace that, it's going to keep happening. Nothing's going to change that you're seeing in the world right now till your generation says no more and begins to lead in that direction. You all have to say, wait a minute, I love hip hop, but the words are poisonous. And so I'm demanding better from us, because we can tell a story about the pain, but don't leave us in the pain. Don't leave us in that crap. Give me some hope at the end of your song. Lift me up to a higher place. Let me vibrate higher than at this lower level, because you weren't created to exist at that lower level. Do you all realize the capacity that is inside of you? If you only understood the brilliance, the creativity, and the innovation, and you're going to substitute that for violent speech, and feeling good, as you said, it makes you feel good that you got back at somebody, it ain't worth it.
Let me say this, Dr. King. I want you to notice now your posture. Yeah. Sit up straight. Because I'll tell you, what I have to pay attention to about myself is often I notice when something is focusing on windows, my posture gets more elevated and I get excited. But when something's focusing on mirrors and telling me I need to change my behavior, I get sleepy. I get tired. The pizza starts to set in. I'll tell you why. Because the technology, my phone, social media, is conditioning me to care about what other people are doing more than I care about who I am. And so when Dr. King, a CEO, a global thought leader, is talking to us about our inner behavior and what we need to change, here we go. When somebody's talking to us about how to get something and how to be better and how to prosper, which is a window actually, doesn't just deal with my internal, it deals with what I can make based on my gifts. Then I'm hyped. When you're throwing shirts and posters, I'm great. But when I start to have to ask, who should I be? My stuff shifts. I'm not talking about y'all, I'm talking about me. And so I'm wondering, Dr. King, as we go to a few questions, how do we reject the conditioning that says that I have to be externally focused instead of paying attention on who I want to be? How do we shift our thinking, even though we may be being conditioned based on what we watch and what we listen to to do something different?
I can't tell you that answer.
You can't tell me?
Uh-uh.
Why? You don't know?
I have no idea.
We have
Because
no idea.
my answer is pretty simple. I think you have to choose first.
Okay.
You have to make a choice from this day forward that I'm not going to let external stuff control me. That's literally a choice. And then you have to keep it at the front of your mind on a daily. Doesn't mean you're going to flunk. You're going to flunk sometimes. You're going to make a C on it. But if you have it as a commitment, then every day you're going to be focusing on getting better and better. And more importantly, and I'll give you an example. When I was a senior at Douglas High School, and I'm going to get to you, young man. When I was a senior at Douglas High School, there was this 8th grader. Back then they had, at our high school, they had 8th through 12th grade as the high school. She was called a sub-freshman. I was a senior, about to graduate. We had a gymnasium class together, PE as they call it, physical education. Do y'all still have that? But y'all don't do that kind of stuff in physical education. Y'all probably just go in there and sit. But anyway, she and I used to do this every day with each other, just playing around with our little fists. And, one day I just kind of approached her and we were just playing around and she ended up on the floor. I had my arm around her neck. And, she's an 8th grader, a little tough little 8th grader. And I guess she was embarrassed or something. So she started pulling on my hair and started scratching my face. And if you know, girl, somebody pull on your hair, scratching your face, you know what that means, right? What would you be thinking about doing at that moment? I had to make a choice. Because they were edging on all of the students. I had to make a choice in a split second. Because that's the power of the mind. I started thinking about whose child I am. Headlines related to that. I started thinking about, I'm a 12th grader. She's an 8th grader. I'm about to walk. I'm about to graduate and go to college. What is this about? Because she got serious. I was playing. She got serious. But when she started doing that, it started pulling that serious up in me. And I put all that through my head, and then I started thinking of what my mother said. Somebody's got to cut off the chain of violence. So in that split second, I had to make the right choice. Even though my emotions were involved in it, I had to make a higher choice because I had a goal in mind. So it starts with, where are you trying to go in life? Because wherever you're trying to go, everything has to line up with that. That's why 40 years later, 30 years later, 25 years later, 15 years later, they're revisiting something you did when you were 15. So what you do right now does matter to who you're going to be when you're my age at 60. So you want to make good choices. You want to stay away from things that are not in line with your goals. So start thinking now. Begin with the end in mind. Stephen Covey wrote a book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And one of the things is begin with the end in mind. What is the end for you? In fact, I challenge you to go ahead and write your obituary. How do you want to be remembered? And then every day, keep that at the forefront of your mind.
Thank you, Dr. King.
How are we gonna address that?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Hi,
We have
Dr.
a
King.
question.
My name is Rohan. I'm from AIS. And building off what you were talking about with your interaction with the other freshmen, I think that a lot of the times when we hurt someone online or in person, it's just because we're trying to make a joke and it affected them in a way we didn't expect. So what do you recommend to do to kind of make that decision between something that's just funny and not harmful and something that could actually end up hurting someone?
Well, maybe you have to be like comedians. There's a disclaimer. When comedians get on stage, we know they express purpose. They're not up there to hurt. They're up there to tell a joke. So sometimes there may have to be a disclaimer before you say what you say. Or when you come back, we don't have the strength of character sometimes to even apologize. And I think that's important. Our ego is so big. So I think people have to also say, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I hope you forgive me. In fact, I don't even believe that, but I was trying to be funny.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you have any other questions for Dr. Bernice A. King, please, we have a parking lot back here. We apologize. We know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hear from someone like Dr. King, part of the King legacy. I want you to stand to your feet. Celebrate the King legacy. Thank you so much. We got a wrap. Thank you so much. I want you to wake up too. And if we have a moment, someone's asking for, I don't know how to do it. We can turn and do a selfie. Fly, can you come turn and do a selfie? All right. Yes, Fly. Fly with your phone. You all come real quick. Just want to turn with a selfie. Yeah, well, Fly can do it. Come on, King. You guys stand up. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you want to sit down? Sit down. We'll stand around. Yeah. It's okay. Stand there. We're going to do a quick video. We just want to capture this moment. All right, y'all ready? On the count of three, we're going to say it starts with me. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. It starts with me.
Everybody, wait. Everybody, good. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Okay, I'll be behind you. I got your phone.
I heard y'all. Y'all want some merch. Y'all want some merch? Before y'all do that, can y'all make some noise one more time for our CEO, Dr. Bernice A. King, and our CCO, Dr. Vanetta West. An amazing panel. Thank you, ladies. All right, I see what y'all want. Uh-oh. Let me see. Uh-oh. Let me hit that midsection in the back.
Only one mic.
Okay. I had to take care of the middle. Let me get this front right side. Listen, I still have a lot more merch to come. I have the honor and the privilege of hosting tonight again, this evening or morning, depending on where you are in the world, because this is a global youth summit. We have people watching from all around the world. If you hear my voice, clap one time. If you hear my voice, clap two times. Listen, we have some more great discussions coming to you. Make sure you hashtag it again. Hashtag MLK95. Hashtag KHO. Hashtag it starts with me. Hashtag, of course, the beloved community global youth summit. Listen, I get to introduce one of my colleagues. He's an amazing young man that does a lot of great work. He actually hosts our podcast for the King Center, as well as he is our content producer. Can you make some noise right now for Cameron Friend?
What's going on, y'all? Good afternoon. How y'all doing today? Good. Well, this is going to be a great panel. We actually have a few of our youth leaders that will be joining us today for this discussion. I'm going to introduce them, and after I introduce them, they will come and they will sit into the chairs. First up, we have Sarah Mora, is a storyteller, immigration activist, and digital strategist passionate about the power of storytelling in the fight for migrant rights and human rights at large. Currently in her junior year of college for her bachelor's in political science and international comparative politics, graduating in 2025. She is the founder of Population Mic, MIC, which is a social media incubator focused on the development of online ecosystems for organizations doing detrimental work for immigrant populations at a local level. Please welcome back Ms. Sarah Moore. Next up, we have Naomi Wadler, captivated the world at the 2018 March for Our Lives event in Washington, D.C., the youth-led demonstration held in response to the deadliest high school shooting in American history, saw the activists deliver an eloquent and impassioned call for the country to end its epidemic of gun violence against Black women. At the time, it was Naomi's first public speaking engagement, and she was just 11 years old. Please welcome Ms. Naomi Wadler. And our third guest today, we have Royce Mann, who is an activist, community organizer, and a Woodruff MLK Jr. Scholar at Emory University. In 2021, Royce ran for the Atlanta Board of Education, receiving nearly 10,000 votes. Most recently, he worked as a youth engagement coordinator on Senator Raphael Warnock's re-election campaign. Royce currently works for RISE, a student-led organization mobilizing for free college, student debt relief, and a democracy that is accessible to all. In addition to being a student and organizer, Royce is also an actor and spoken word poet. Please welcome Mr. Royce Mann. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
How are y'all today? Good? Well, this has been an amazing day so far. We obviously have had some tremendous discussions, but I think this discussion is going to be very important because obviously you're going to be speaking directly to your own generation, especially about some of the really important matters in our world. So my first question for you, and then Royce, you can start, and then we'll go down the line. During 2020, the world protested more that year than at any point in the civil rights era, which directly led to policy changes at the city and state level that impacted the world for the better. So for you, what role do the youth have in helping us get to where we are now, but also as we're moving forward as a society, what do you think is the youth's responsibility in helping us to be a beloved community?
Young people have always been at the center of social movements, and there's no better place than Atlanta to talk about this. I mean, growing up here, my congressman was Congressman John Lewis, who at age 23 helped to organize and then speak at the March on Washington. And so there is a long legacy of young people being at the center of these movements, and I think largely it's because young people bring this special sense of urgency and passion, and we also are able to be a moral compass, I think, for society as a whole. I think young people have a special talent of really bringing the conversation back to what matters, and that's people, that's our communities, that's building a society that is truly equitable for all. And so as we look forward, I think young people are going to continue being that catalyst, and we have more tools now with social media, with different digital organizing, methods, and so young people are going to continue leading like we always have.
Kind of echoing Royce, young people and youth leaders have been at the forefront of almost every national movement in this country. I think that youth leaders offer a fresh perspective. I think generations that came before us may have become complicit and comfortable with the way that the world is. I think that when youth leaders step up and kind of are that moral compass and offer a perspective that maybe hasn't been seen before and hasn't been considered, I think that the youth of this country are the backbone of social change, and we will continue to be.
Would you repeat can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Would you repeat the question one more time?
So basically, in 2020, we saw more protests at that time than we ever did during the civil rights movement. So for you, what role did youth play in helping us to get the policy changes at the city and state level? But also going forward, what role do you think youth play in helping us to become the beloved community we hope to be?
I think youth, like in the civil rights movement and like now, stood up and broke the rules and collectively made older people as well get inspired by their ability to stand up not only on social media but in person to fight back against police brutality, against things that we shouldn't be okay with as a society ever. And I think we have a responsibility, and younger people have a responsibility, because we're going to be the next adults, but also like our childlike minds, right? Our ability to create, to imagine, to believe shouldn't fade away when we get older. Like, if anything, we should continue to have more faith, continue to use our creativity to transform the world as we see it. Everything that we see can be interrupted. Evil doesn't have to be the lead, right? Good can lead, and it takes a lot of courage and a lot of faith. So I think more than in what way are young people responsible or anything like that, I think it's, we are the next adults, but even at this age and later on in our lives, may we lead with creativity and imagination and not allow anybody to shut out our lights about the dreams that we had when we were in high school. But yeah.
You know what's fascinating about this is obviously, you all, it's TikTok, it's Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, there are different methods. But for me, when I was coming up, actually the first time I ever saw social media when I was younger truly used as like a social amplifier was during Trayvon Martin in 2012. Remember LeBron and the Miami Heat, they wore the hoodies to signify they were standing obviously with Trayvon, but also Black Lives Matter. So when you all look at the influx of social media, and I would like to start with you, Naomi, on this one. How do you feel like social media has directly impacted not only your awareness to issues, but also how you mobilize other people to directly speak to an issue and try to undo an unjust form of injustice?
I think that social media may have a lot of downsides. I do, however, recognize as a 17-year-old who tries my best to be involved in the social activism community, there is nearly no better outlet for connecting with people from around the world, regardless of what your points of views are, regardless of where you stand. I think social media allows people to, in a way, come together and share their experiences and their stories and have their voices be heard in a way that might not have been possible in the ages before social media. I think that the internet has really been a catalyst for being able to get your opinion and your voice and push forward your message kind of into the world without necessarily having to be physically present if that's not something you're able to do. I think that it is a wonderful way to reach out to people and mobilize people from your community and even from beyond your community.
Yeah, echoing that, I think social media is definitely a double-edged sword in a lot of ways. Like any powerful tool, it can be used for positive or nefarious purposes. But I'm always have a renewed sense of hope because of how young people are utilizing social media. There is, this just really widespread movement of young people who hadn't previously been engaged in politics and social activism, finding ways to get engaged through social media, whether they come from rural, urban communities, whether they, whatever background they come from, if they come from a family that has, been engaged, or whether they come from a family that's never been engaged in these issues. Social media is providing a way for young people to, as Naomi said, connect with each other and find folks with both shared interests and shared passions, as well as connect with folks who have divergent views, which is really important. And, the other edge of that sword is the rise of disinformation on social media. a lot of other toxic things that come about when it comes to, issues of confidence and self-image amongst young people. But I think we're seeing young people really try and reject those toxic aspects of social media and use it for good.
And I'm sorry to ask again, but could you repeat the question?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the influx of social media and how it's helped us to navigate the amount of information we have access to, how do you feel social media has allowed for the younger generations to be utilized for good and for justice? And how do you feel like social media can continue to help going forward? And how do we do storytelling well? And how do we educate each other?
I think the benefit is like for people who might not like being in the public eye so much, social media is a good platform to still connect with others and create a sense of community without having to do so in person. Also, if you're younger, you might not be able to be out protesting as easily as somebody older. And I think the benefits are we can't get away from it. So like that's not a benefit, but I just had to side note that. So it will be something that we can use to storytell and to continue to shift people's mindset about any cause, right? Whether it's climate change, whether it's immigration reform, we count with social media now and forever to share tips and tricks on ways that people can advocate in their local city, in their schools, in their jobs, once you start to go into the workforce. So the benefit is we're always going to be able to count with it as a platform to share resources, activate others, and things like that.
Well, I will start with you with this question, Sarah. So when you are looking out into the world, there are like really defining moments, catalyst moments. And, for us as a millennial, we had the Trayvon Martin year. We had 2015, 2016, Alton Sterling, Terrence Crutcher. There was many things that were happening that were shaping the way we were then seeing social issues. So for the Gen Z population in particular, what do you feel like are the important events that have shaped where you are now? And what do you think those things have done to propel you, to make you a better leader, or to make you more socially engaged?
For me or for our generation?
Yeah, for the generation, for you personally, but also what do you think for the generation?
I don't know about for our generation. I feel like so much has happened in general. Like 2020, that was insane. Like some people had to shift from being on campus to finishing college or continuing college online. High schoolers had to shift, right? And had to go virtual. How many of you guys had to go virtual? Yeah, everybody had to go virtual, right? What a silly question, but like what I'm trying to say is I just think there's been so many defining points that I feel like I still haven't processed, and I feel like that's a general sentiment. A lot of us haven't really registered that we had to be in our homes, right, for that much time. But I would say even being online as somebody advocating for immigration reform, at least for me personally, has been pivotal. I know for our generation as well, because when we think about it, our ability to advocate for causes has become more accessible and simpler for a lot of us because we can go online and say like, no, I'm fighting for this, and have conversations, get people out for events, start a shirt that advocates for a cause, etc. So yeah, I don't know if that answered the question.
That was a great answer, thank you.
I agree. I think that there have been like so many. There have been a myriad of defining moments and events that have happened, at least in my lifetime. I think that being able to pinpoint one, which has kind of garnered the support and hope and fixation from youth, I think that all of them have. I think whether it's climate change or civil rights, really anything, I think that, like we said, social media, and especially in the age of COVID when everybody was kind of confined to their homes, I think that not everybody was able to, I mean, I live right outside of DC, which is where a lot of the protests are happening. I know that I very much wanted to go out and protest, but I was like 13 and my mom didn't want me to. Being able to be on social media, even though I wasn't able to physically go out and protest and show my support, but being able to speak my truth and push my message forward and share my voice in a way that didn't require me to be in that kind of situation. I think that COVID really allowed all the young people in this country to be able to share their voices and spread their messages without the use of necessarily a physical place.
Yeah, to echo what Sarah and Naomi said, it feels like we're constantly in these defining moments, which I think shows that each of our own political identities, as well as the political climate as a whole, is constantly being redefined. I mean, right now we are seeing horrible atrocities being committed against innocent civilians in Gaza, and young people across the country and across the world are standing up and demanding that our governments stop supporting this continued bloodshed and instead finally live up to the ideas that Dr. King promoted throughout his life. You know, you think about the moment when Dr. King spoke up against the war in Vietnam, and I think that we're in a very similar moment now in which there is a disappointing lack of courage being shown by many of the people who claim to be our leaders, yet there is this immense courage being shown by young people and ordinary people across the country.
Wow. And I think what I'm taking from this conversation from all three of you, but even looking out into the audience, and really by a raise of hand, if you look at the last few years, do you feel like you have been going through a kind of generational trauma because everything kind of happened to you? Do you feel that way? Well, I think the thing is as you're speaking, because there's so many things that have happened, how are you able to find, for you all individually, the courage and the bravery and at times the patience and at times the tenacity to be able to experience blow after blow after blow, and to be on social media, you see what's happening with the Palestinian people. You see what's happening with COVID. You see what's happening here in America with police brutality. How are you able to summon the strength to respond and to show up for your people on a day-by-day basis? Where does that come from for you?
I want to answer first because I want to say that I feel like since I've started, I feel like I've learned because of personal things I've gone through that were really serious, that like I don't necessarily have to show up so hard every time. Like it doesn't have to be like I have to show up with literally a face of like I think it comes natural to be angry in human rights work because if you're not directly impacted because of the obvious, but if you're directly impacted because it impacts you, right? So you care and you're angry, but like realistically, even when we advocate for causes, I think it's important for us to understand that like it was important for me to understand that like I could still be soft and be somebody who fights for immigration reform, right? Like I could say a truth before an elected official, before a CEO in a company that I work for to advise or something, and I could still be a soft person who's taking care of myself, who's being more mindful of my general health and wellness, and like that's helped me a lot because there are times where I don't have the strength. I am really tired. I'm exhausted, and I'm 27, so it's like I guess like in comparison to leaders that have been fighting for more, it kind of makes me feel like, why should I be tired? They've been advocating for longer, but also like if I carry myself with that mentality, I'm gonna be like that forever, and then I'm really gonna be exhausted when I'm like 60 one day advocating. And like, so for me, it's important if I'm going to be a leader, if I'm going to show face in public, that I want to show face well rested as well. And like, given the example that, yeah, I'm a woman that fights, a woman that's a boss, that goes for her stuff, who advocates for the world, but I'm advocating for myself. And I'm not sure I do it to the highest extent yet, but I know I've gotten better at it because I realize in the fight for human rights, what we miss out a lot of times is our expectation of who we're going to meet that advocates. Oh, it's Naomi Wadler, right? But she's human, right? And she deserves to have favorite foods, to laugh, and like so on and so forth about everybody else. So like, I think, I forgot the question 100%, but I was answering it like that because that's the way that I show up strong every day. Like there are moments where I'm tired, so I let myself be tired. Like I'm tired. Like it's okay because I'm always ready to advocate. I'm always ready to launch a massive campaign that will get everybody angry about the need for people to understand that people can have an accent, that immigrants are as deserving as everybody else, that everybody's an immigrant, that the history of migration is so important. And that's the real me, but I have understood not every day, not every moment, not every person, not every place, not every second. There are moments and places and times and people, and I'm really passionate. I'm a great speaker, but I don't need to prove it so hard. Like, if God called me to be a speaker, if God called me to be a businesswoman, if God called me to be an immigrant rights activist, if God called Naomi to be the leader she is today, and my new friend here as well, then we're going to be that, period. So are you. Whether every teacher sees you, whether every principal sees you, whether every leader sees you, you're going to be that, point blank, period. It doesn't matter if you spend 2 years tired, and I'm not declaring that, but I'm just giving an example. You don't stop being who you are. For example, you, what's your name? Olivia. You don't stop being Olivia because you had a month of being tired, right? Like, we don't stop being who we are. We are who we are, point blank, period. So yeah.
I fight for girls who look like me, and I fight for their voices. I fight for their recognition and for the awareness of the issues that Black women and all women of color face in their day-to-day life. The motivation that I find and the passion that I have for that topic and for the work that I do is endless. I think that it comes from living every day in the skin that I live in, being a Black immigrant. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm Jewish. I'm a woman. I think that all of those things make me who I am, and all of those things give me reason to fight. I don't think that there's any shortage of willingness to do the work and motivation, because girls like me and girls who look like me and their stories and their voices, I want to uplift them, and I want them to feel heard and seen in the way that they haven't been since the inception of this country. Black girls are 6 times more likely to be suspended in school than their white peers. That's something that I live the reality of. That's something that I think that all women of color live the reality of, and I think that if I were to sit back and not speak up and not use my voice to educate and help people understand the realities of what it is to be a woman of color, and specifically a Black woman in America, I think that I would be doing a disservice to everyone. I would be doing a disservice to every Black girl in the country, to myself, and to everyone in the world. I think that it is everyone's responsibility to change the world. Especially when I was younger, I'd have people come up to me and be like, oh, you're going to be president, you're going to change the world, and we're all counting on you. My response to that was always, it is everyone's responsibility to make the earth that we live on a better place. I think it's everybody's responsibility to do what needs to be done and say what needs to be said, because this is our world and we all inhabit it. It's not just mine, it's not just yours, it's everybody's. So yeah, I think being able to recognize that people who look like me deserve justice and recognition, and also recognizing that it's everybody's responsibility to better ourselves and better the world that we live in.
I'll keep it brief because what y'all had to say was beautiful. I would just remind everyone in here that leading from a place of love and hope versus a place of anger and hate is not just the morally right path, it's also the best path for self-preservation, for being able to maintain the energy and passion that you need to continue this work. And I think oftentimes we are, tricked into being in these places of anger and these places of extreme negative emotion. And sometimes you need to express that. But remember that maintaining, a place of hope and of love and kindness and empathy, that's not just what will help you achieve the work you want, that's also what will help you be the happiest that you can be when doing it.
Wow. Well, please thank Royce, Naomi, Sarah. You all did an amazing job. Thank you all so much. We're going to move on to our next segment. But y'all, thank y'all so much. That was absolutely amazing. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
Listen, can y'all make some noise one more time for our panel? I have more shirts, but you gotta work for it this time. Hey, DJ, can you cue me some good music right now? I want to do a dance competition. I need 3 volunteers. I need 3 volunteers. Who can dance? Who can dance? All right. Let me bring. I need one. Okay, one more person. Come on. We're gonna give out some shirts. I need y'all to dance. Teach me something. Come on. Oh, you know he can dance. You saw how he got up. He said, "I'm ready. This is my moment. All right, I need 2 more people. All right, I got another one. Y'all gonna come to the front of the stage. I need 1 more person. Come on. Let's do it. Y'all gotta give me something upbeat. DJ, can you give me something a little faster? DJ. They coming on stage with me. Let's go. They said bump the front. We coming on stage. Let's do it. Y'all ready? DJ about to give me something up tempo. And we gonna let them dance, y'all. Before we bring out our keynote speaker. Come on. All right, y'all ready? Let's go. Hey, get it. Hey. Do whatever you want to do. Do what makes you comfortable. Hey, they took it back. They started dugging. Y'all took it back. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to. Y'all took it back. What y'all got? Hey. I'm gonna give y'all 5 more seconds. Y'all scared. All right, y'all ready? 1, 2, ready, go. Get it. Hey. How about y'all make some noise for all 3 of them? Here y'all go. Listen, it is not easy to get in front of our global audience and dance. And they did that. Y'all make some noise for them. I almost took off my jacket and was like, but you know, y'all not ready. Y'all not ready for Fly? Listen, I'm super excited to introduce another one of my colleagues. Listen, he is the director of the beloved Community Leadership Academy. Can y'all make some noise right now for Ian Moore?
Hey, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Oh, no, come on. We're a little bit better than that. How's everybody doing? All right. Look, we winding down here. We got a couple more performances, and this one is really, really good. If you have your cell phone, you might want to take it out and record every word the next presenter is going to say. It's not going to be an interview style. I just asked them to freestyle as a motivational speaker. So I have the honor and privilege of introducing Inky Johnson. Inky Johnson is a husband, a father, former collegiate athlete, entrepreneur, and author. He is one of the most highly sought after speakers in the world. Inky was a 3-time Letterman and 2-year captain on the University of Tennessee's football team, where he started as cornerback, and in his junior year, he was projected as a first-round draft pick. Unfortunately, on September 9th, 2006, he sustained a life-threatening, career-ending injury that paralyzed his right arm and hand. From that day to the present day, Inky has had a burning desire to use his situation and experiences to add value to people's lives. The one thing we all have in common is that we will encounter adversity, but we must decide how we respond to it. So if you got your phones ready, if you're ready to be inspired, uplifted, this is going to happen right now, right? Take it out right now. And without any further ado, please give it up from one of my mentors and friends, Mr. Inky Johnson.
Good afternoon. We could do a little better than that. Y'all look too good. Good afternoon. There we go. First and foremost, man, I want to say it's an extreme honor and privilege to be here. I was standing up top watching for a while, man, just looking and listening, and it's phenomenal. You know, I grew up in this city, you know, born and raised, product of Atlanta public school system, grew up in inner city Atlanta, born to a mother in this city, Grady Hospital. So I'm Atlanta, and I breathe the spirit of Atlanta. But I was born to a mother at 16 years old. She took me back to 125 Warren. 125 Warren was in the southeast corner of Atlanta in a neighborhood by the name of Kirkwood. It was a 2-bedroom home. It was 14 of us living there. And I had a dream, right? Like any other kid. I wanted to change my family's life, right? Me and my cousins, we were sleeping on pallets. And I had this dream to make it to the institution called the NFL, right? National Football League, not for long, however you cut it and slice it. And I remember telling my cousins, because we used to play tackle football in the street. My mom was working a double shift at Wendy's, and my father wasn't present. And I remember saying to my cousins, man, if I make it to the NFL, maybe we can get our own beds one day, right? Because we were sleeping on pallets. And I remember my cousins' responses were almost automatic, right? Because I came from a household, it wasn't much expectation, it wasn't much of a standard. And so I remember their responses going something to this extent: Ink, that's cool, that's cute, but nobody in our family has even graduated high school. I say, yeah, but if I do it, I think I can make it happen. Like we can change the narrative, we can change the standard. It was like, yeah, Ink, that sounds cute, but we're not even playing organized ball. I said, yeah, but if we want it the way we say we want it, we'll come out, we'll work for it, and we'll see what happens, right? Engage in consistent action. First step to a dream. You have to give yourself a shot. And so we would go light pole to light pole every day, street lights pop on 10 minutes before we had to go in the house. And one day we're in the street playing tackle football, getting after it, street lights pop on 10 minutes before we had to go in the house, and it's a blue pickup truck at the corner. And I stand on the curb with the ball in my hand, my 3 younger cousins stand on the opposite sidewalk, and I'm looking at the truck, right? And I'm waving the truck by. And I'm like, come on, man, I got a couple moves I want to put on my cousins before we go in the house. You driving too slow, man. And the truck goes by, it's extremely slow. Gentleman parks on the curb, gets out of his truck, and he walks over to me and says, hey, man, would y'all like to play football on grass? Because I was the oldest. I said, man, I would love that, man, but this is what we got right now. He said, cool, no problem. Go in the house, get your parents, let me talk to them. I went in the house, my uncle was present, my mother was at work. I said, hey, uncle, will you please come and speak to this gentleman? Uncle said, sure, no problem. Uncle came outside, guy extended his hand, shook it. He said, hey, man, my name is Trey. He said, I'm going to be honest. I dropped the kid home 2 blocks over. I'm leaving the neighborhood. I see these knuckleheads playing tackle football in the street. He said, I run a program across town for kids. You bring them out, sign them up, think it could be a great opportunity for them. It could really help them. My uncle responded, sir, we greatly appreciate it. He said, but I hate to inform you, we just don't have the money for anything like that at this moment. He said, Inky's mother, a single mother, the other 2, their fathers are in and out of the prison system. The guy, without any hesitation, says, I tell you what. He said, you bring him to the park tomorrow, I'll sign him up, I'll pay for it with my own money. I tapped my cousin's leg. I said, bro, he ain't even seen my spin move. He ain't even seen me get busy yet, right? And he hadn't even seen us play. And the next day we get to the park, I would soon find out he wasn't just paying for me and my 3 younger cousins, he was paying for kids all across Atlanta. Guy had his own business, doing it just to help kids as a give back. He took care of so many kids, they gave him a team, right? And he would stay in the park till all the kids were gone that night. And one night I was in the park and they wouldn't let my mother off work. And she called him and said, Coach, can you please take Inky home? They won't let me off work. He said, sure, no problem. And when he came to get me and took me home, I stood on the sidewalk in front of my house. I said, man, can I ask you a question? I said, I really want to understand this. Because the males I was coming up around, the environment was totally different, right? The environment that I was in, it was totally different, right? The household that I was coming from, it was totally different, right? Every single morning we would go to Sammy E. Corn Middle School that was in Atlanta at the time. The cafeteria administrator, every morning, me and my 3 younger cousins would rush into the lunchroom. They would always say, Johnson boys, get on the wall. Inky, you the oldest. Why do you let them do this? And I would be too afraid to tell them we didn't eat the night before. So I would stand on the wall and I would be too embarrassed. And me and my 3 younger cousins, the only thing they knew was they weren't trying to cut line. They weren't trying to be rude. They weren't trying to be bullies. The only thing they knew was we didn't eat last night. And so when they would get in that lunchroom in the morning, they would rush to the front of the line to get something to eat. Until one morning he said, Johnson boys, hit the wall. Inky, you the oldest. Why do you let them do this? I said, man, we didn't eat last night. He said, why didn't you say something? I said, you didn't ask. I said, you just made the assumption that we just coming in here and we trying to be rude and we trying to cut the line, but we dealing with a whole different circumstance. He shot me a quote. I said, great, man, the quote is cute, but I'm coming from a real situation. I said, when I come to the classroom in the morning, the same quote you giving me, my uncle that stand on the corner all night and pedal and do what he do, he wears a 2X t-shirt. I wear a 2X t-shirt. I'm 130 pounds in middle school and a dirty 2X t-shirt that my uncle stood on the corner in all night. So I hear what you talking about, but I'm dealing with a real deal situation. You know what a teacher told me? Oh, I'm going to show you. Not I'm going to tell you. He said, I'm going to show you. I said, he just bluffing. He talking. Next day at that 2-bedroom home with 14 people, I hear somebody knock on my front door. My mother goes to the front door. I hear her talking with somebody. She comes, she shakes me. I'm asleep on the floor. We sleep on pallets. We ain't have a bed. I ain't get in a bed by myself until I went to college on my official visit. Cass was trying to take me to a sorority party. They're like, Ink, you ever been to a sorority party? I'm like, nah. They're like, bro, we got to go to the party tonight. I'm telling you, it's going to be wild. I'm like, bro, no disrespect. I got my own bed. I got a king-size bed at the room. They're like, you ain't got a bed at home? I'm like, no. They said, where you sleep? I said, on the floor. And my mother shakes me and she says, Ink, get up. Your math teacher at the door. I went to the door. He said, man, get dressed. I said, oh, you serious? He said, no doubt. Get dressed. Get in the truck. He said, I'm going to show you how we're going to beat this. And man said, I'm going to pick you up every single morning until you graduate high school. If nothing conflicts and gets in the way with me, my children, and my wife, I'm going to pick you up every single morning, young man, until you graduate high school. Every single morning, that man would pick me up when time and schedule permitted. He would take me to the gymnasium at Sammy E. Corn Middle School. And he would make me read a proverb. Every single morning, he would play me in a game of one-on-one basketball. That same gentleman introduced me to the teachings of Dr. King. That same gentleman took me to Morehouse. That same gentleman took me to the bridge in Selma, Alabama. That same gentleman took me to Morehouse. Same gentleman took me to Clark, Atlanta. That same gentleman transformed my whole train of thought and my perspective. He changed my life, not by what he said, but by what he did. And so when you speak to it starts with me. At an early age, I wanted to change something, but I was fighting a level of opposition and expectation and standard that people weren't trying to hear it, right? I went to Crim High School in Atlanta. When I first got there, it was like TSA before TSA. We had metal detectors at Crim at the time. It was one of the lowest performing public schools in the state. I could play a little ball, I could play basketball, I could play football, I ran a little track. And so everybody would come to my mother and say, hey, your son can play ball. If you want him to go to college, you got to transfer him from this institution. He'll never make it to college from Crim, right? Alonzo A. Crim, one of the first black superintendents. That's the great thing about Atlanta, right? You got so many things in Atlanta that's named after black people that's put in work, whether it be in the civil rights movement or just in the community of trying to make the world great. Like you don't get that everywhere. Right? Alonzo A. Crim, one of the first black superintendents, and I was at the school. And they were trying to transfer me across town to all these schools with all these great resources. I said, with all due respect, I think I can make it from Crim. One of the lowest performing public schools in the state. And you know what they did? They transferred me. And I got to this school, and I'm not proud of it, but I felt so passionate about what I was trying to do. It starts with me, right? That's what the words say. It starts with me. I felt so passionate about it, right? Making it from where I was from. And when they transferred me to the school, I sat in front of the school every single day with the resource officer. And my man would say, man, won't you just go play ball and go to class, man? You can get a scholarship. I said, cool, I get it, but I think I can make it from where I'm from. And we went back to my high school, and I ended up getting a scholarship. And when I got a scholarship, my 3 younger cousins came behind me, and they all got scholarships. Right, and it changed our family's life, and it broke a generational curse in my family. Right, so I want y'all to understand something. When you talk about dreams and you talk about it starts with you, at a certain point, your mission has to be stronger than the opposition. Dr. King has a quote, and it's my favorite quote in the world. It says, you judge the true character and caliber of a person, not by where they stand in times of comfort and convenience. You judge the true character and caliber of a person by where they stand in times of challenge and controversy. Everybody know what to do when everything goes right. Everybody know what to do when they get what they want. Everybody know what to do when somebody pat them on the butt and tell them good job. But what will you do when you're faced with adversity and opposition? Will you remember why you started? Will you keep pushing? And will you make the people that believed in you and saw something in you when you couldn't see it in yourself proud? Let's go be great, young people. The quote states it, Dr. King, life's most persistent and urgent question is what are we doing to help other people? It's my time. God bless y'all, man.
Wow, what an inspirational story. Make some noise one more time for Inky Johnson. I got my brother Cameron Friend with me. What's up, bro?
I'm living. This has been a great day.
Listen, today has been amazing. We got to shout out our sponsors. We got the Atlanta Braves.
We got Papa John's.
And we have the Ford Motor Company. Listen, thanks to all of our sponsors. This would not be possible without you. We're truly grateful. Listen, Cameron, I want to tell the people about BCLA. Me and you have both been facilitators and trainers for BCLA. Shout out to the beloved Community Leadership Academy. Can y'all make some noise right now for BCLA? I have some great news for the people. They could sign up to be a part of this summer accelerated opportunity of BCLA.
Look, we have people that have been a part of the Leadership Academy that come back and that are even helping today. And so shout out to Maya, shout out to our people, shout out to y'all, man. We have so many people that have been here to be a part of the program. You get the training you need on nonviolence. You get exposure to different things in technology, video games, all kind of stuff. It is definitely a place to be.
Listen, we're actually going to put a QR code on the screen right now for you guys to scan to sign up for BCLA at this time. Listen, I'm one of the trainers, and I'm honored to be a part of the team. But listen, this is an amazing experience. We've taught them how to use nonviolence in creating apps, websites. They've been able to be trained from like lead professionals in different fields, from coding to different things, because our CEO believes that nonviolence can really be, implemented in every sphere of life. So please, like Cameron said, you do not want to miss this opportunity to be a part of our beloved Community Leadership Academy. So at this time, please scan the QR code and make sure you sign up for BCLA, all right? Now, where are the ladies at? If you're a lady, make some noise. We have an opportunity for the ladies, right? All right, it's called OMBW, 1 Million Black Women. And basically, it is an opportunity for young ladies to come and get, it's an opportunity for young ladies to come and sign up and get some training from lead professionals around the world. We've had people like Aisha Curry, the wife of Steph Curry, to be a mentor, just different people to come and speak to these young women. So it's an amazing opportunity to sign up. So please, at this time, we're going to put that QR code on the screen as well. But please, for the young ladies of all ethnicities and backgrounds, you're welcome to sign up to this program, but it is a powerful program.
Look, the Kingston has a lot of amazing things that we do. This is one of the newer things that we've done as well. So please make sure you register, you sign up. This is a great opportunity for a lot of different people.
Listen, if you haven't already, make sure you're using our hashtags again today for any footage that you've taken. That is hashtag KHO, hashtag BCGYS, hashtag MLK95, and also, last but not least, hashtag shifting the cultural climate. All right, so at this time, we have an artist coming out, Cameron.
Okay, we got an artist coming out. What they gonna do?
They're gonna perform.
They gonna perform? All right, who we got?
We have Jalen Hall.
Where Jalen at? We got Jalen Hall coming out performing. It's gonna be nice. Let's go.
Listen, Jalen left out something earlier. Jalen, it has a movie coming out in theaters nationwide. And before he comes, I want all y'all to stand on the feet because I want you to make sure you enjoy this performance. So stand to your feet. This is the last thing for the day. But Jalen has a movie coming out February 1st. And guess who he's playing? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the movie. All right, so make sure you support Jalen's movie. I believe it's called Genius. Am I saying that correctly? Genius is coming out February 1st, and he will be playing Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So again, y'all make some noise as he comes to the stage and perform. Make some noise for Jalen Hall.
What's up, you guys? Today I'm gonna be singing a song for you guys, and I really hope you like it. No, I'm not singing. Hey, let's turn it up right quick. We came out to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying this whole rap thing. You know what I'm saying?
Who is he?
Hold on. Can we run it back right quick? Let's run it back right quick. I gotta turn up.
Be losing me.
Let's do it. Let me hear some noise. Hold on.
Who is he? I don't do the most, I just be doing me. Trying to find a good that's on my level, y'all be losing me. I'm killing everything from the music to the movie scenes. All my ops I got is these options and opportunities. Yeah, I'm the type to treat her like it. It's to the point that the baddest shorties don't be attractive. Missed calls from executives and the latest actors. Can't even talk about my life, cause y'all gon' think I'm bragging. Or probably think I'm capping. I'll leave y'all in the captions. I'm in high society like that's my only faction. My bay is savage in that, but I love a Nashville. Serena Williams run her neck, no our diamonds matching. So on and so on and so. Got this money, I can go on and go on and go. The girl saw me out in public, she a fan of the show. They want me to walk through, I need some bands for the show. I don't care about this so on and so on and so. That's this money, I can go on and go on and go. The girl saw me out in public, she a fan of the show. They want me to walk through, I need some bands for the show.
Oh, I just walk up to the door cause they gon' get it for me. I've been playing with who is down cause that's what really love me. I've been up the side straight, I can rock designer, but I don't need my feet hurt.
I'ma talk you listen
And you learn like I'm a teacher. I walked in with the VIP like, here your seat, sir. I might talk a little hot, yeah, but I'm humble though. Say I walk on beats, I'm like, yeah, this my humble flow. I'm Shakari, run it up like I'm a track star. I'm only 17, so my cougars where my racks are. Then, I say andale. I'm in sex like it's a holiday. But I ain't just get here, I had to build. Or your favorite rapper gotta change, yeah, but is it real? If you wanna go and get it on my soul, that's my true advice. Remember, you should never buy it once if you can't buy it twice.
I don't care about this so on and so on and so. By this money I can go on and go on and go.
Your girl stop me out in public, she a fan of the show.
She want me to walk through, I need some bands for the show. And I don't care about this so on and so on and so. By this money I can go on.
What? Make some noise, y'all!
She a fan of the show. She want me to walk through, I need some bands for the show. I need you.
Man, thank y'all for coming out, man. I really appreciate this. This is my first time performing. I just made this. So I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for coming out. I hope y'all had a great day. Y'all had a great day? That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for having me, y'all.
Jalen is a triple threat, y'all. Y'all make some noise one more time for Jalen Hall. Come on and work the stage, get on the floor, work the audience. Matter of fact, I'm gonna work the audience. Ian, come on, let's work the audience right quick.
Uh-oh.
Listen. Yes. Thank you. Listen, I am. Hey, Jalen. Hey, can we do a selfie with the audience with Jalen? Yes, or a video. We'll get Mike to take it. Mike, do it. All right, come on, Jalen. We're gonna do another selfie. All right, y'all ready?
So you guys, on the count of three, gonna say 1, 2, 3, be loved, okay? So, y'all ready? 1, 2, 3, be loved!
Thank you again, Jalen. Listen. Did y'all enjoy yourselves today? If you do it, make some noise. It has truly been my honor to be your host today. Listen, thank you for coming out to the 2024 Beloved Community Global Youth Summit. I am truly honored. Shout out to all the schools. Shout out to everybody virtually that watched us and stuck in with us all these hours. We're truly honored. Please stay tuned for the rest of the things that we have scheduled for the rest of the KHO holiday this weekend, including the Beloved Community Awards tomorrow. We love you all. Please be safe getting home, and to our virtual audience, thank you again for tuning in. Peace out. Love you guys. Hey, make sure y'all check out Jalen's movie too. It's going to be on Hulu and Disney Plus February 1st. Make sure y'all check that out.